All right, guys, so here I am, top of the hour. We're going to go live for the first fight of the evening. Let me put on just to make sure we got on and clear. All right, testing 1 2 1 2. This is me on the live mic right now. All right, mic check 1 2 1 2. All right, guys, we're about to go live for UFC Fight Night, Emmett versus Perfect. Let me put on the timestamps for this one. And by the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. You will always watch back. And know that I'm going to have some timestamps in here. So I believe this is an Apex card that we are going to witness tonight. A lot of people have their own reserved opinions on that matter, some strongly more than others. Here's one thing you got to understand, right? It's all about cost-effective entertainment for the UFC. And on top of that, having the divisions to move along. Look, you got 700, 800 guys in the roster. And when you have that kind of roster, you got to move them up. You got to give them incentives. So what do? You saturate these cards and you put in as many events as you can. And that's what you got. And you know what? If you're a hardcore fight fan, you love this. You absolutely love this. But for everybody else, I mean, it's just an oversaturation. And that's just really what it comes down to. Yeah, look at Josh Emmett right now as I'm watching the previews. He's saying of how much he takes to care of himself. And you know what? Me and Josh Emmett are the same age, just about 40 years old now. I'm 39 going into 40. So, he really is meticulous in understanding his body, understanding his recovery, understanding red light, blue light aspects of, you know, his vision and his and how it affects his rest, which is a very important thing to do. So he's doing all the right things to maintain himself as a top level athlete at 40 years old. Which is what I'm doing right now, as you guys can see that in the video screen that you are witnessing right now. So doing a little bit of that, doing explosives, doing doing explosives, doing things that pretty much shock your body into being prepared for high explosive activity. Right? Having to lift heavy weights at a very extreme situation, being able to having to jump or having to increase your vertical leap and increase your explosivity that comes with that. So sort of some of the things that you're witnessing right now in my training videos. And by the way, guys, stay tuned because we are here to cover UFC Emmett versus Murphy, and we just got about the first fight of the evening right now. The description, the first fight is on the description below if you guys want to check it out. So it is going to be Demopoulos versus Alencar. And that is the first fight, and within the first hour of this live stream that you are witnessing right now. And for those of you that are wondering, the video that you are watching right now, I have a full version of this that you can check out, which, by the way, on the description below has links to this particular video that I'm playing right now. You are right now witnessing the live coverage for Emmett versus Murphy. Stay tuned. You guys are in for a treat. Now, during Ramadan, I still covered the fights here on YouTube, covered all of the fights that were going on. And I did it while fasting, just like some of these training sessions. I've done training sessions like this while fasting. I don't think this one in particular is me training fasting. I believe because this is just right after Ramadan, or maybe just right before it, May 30th. Okay, so that is Ramadan. So, okay, this is me actually fasting while training in Ramadan, right? This is me fasting while training. Because if this is March 30th, then yeah, this is just me putting the weights away right now at this point. All right, so Alencar is walking out into the cage right now. All right, I tell you what, guys, stay tuned. We're going to have more of this training session. I do have a little bit of a conversation right after this. I'll show you guys, but for now, we do have to get to the fights. And as soon as the fights happen, I'm going to change the screen, and then we're going to cover the first fight of the evening. Play-by-play coverage that I got right here. I'm here for all the events. Well, at least I try to be. But I tell you what, for the big events, I definitely show out and put myself on camera. For the smaller events, not so much. I just come here to participate and give you a play-by-play while playing some of my old videos as well, as a good way to sort of promote the channel. But at the same time, I will also cover the fights. So now Vanessa Demopoulos is now walking out into the cage. All right, so on to the first fight of the evening. Now, Vanessa Demopoulos looks really hyped up walking into the cage right now. All right, so here we go. The tail of the tape. Strawweight, Vanessa 36-34, Alencar 5'1", 5'2", both 59-inch reach, 58.5 for Alencar, still close. 116 versus 115 strawweight bout. Here we go. 5-1 Alencar and 11-6 Vanessa. All right, so we are now in the first fight of the evening right now. Vanessa Demopoulos being announced. All right, Chris Sione is the referee of this matchup. Here we go. Round one is about to commence. So, what are we going to expect out of these ladies right now within round one? What I will say is obviously, historically, a lot of people have always said that women's fights are very lackluster, right? And then there's one reason for that or the other. Obviously, there is the human mechanical realities of women versus men in terms of power. Make of that as you will, as controversial as that sounds. But there is a reason why you will not see finishes in the women's strawweight division as opposed to, let's say, in the men's heavyweight division. And there is a reason for that. There's just a certain level of torque power that males versus females have. And it's just something that we constantly witness. Now, of course, are there those that are exceptions to the rule? Sure. But even with those exceptions, there are limits to what they can do. Now, for example, you have, let's say, the likes of Ronda Rousey, a great grappler, but had limits in her striking. Holly Holmes was as well rounded as she was, but just for whatever reason, she could not get her submission defense due to the loss that we've seen her with Miesha Tate. By the way, a person who struggled a lot with Ronda Rousey. So again, there was never really a clear, definitive uh, reality towards understanding women's fighting, other than the fact that look, it makes sense why a lot of these fights go to a unanimous decision or a split decision. And this fight that we are witnessing with Demopoulos and Alencar is no different right now. So right now it is 333, 330 in the first round. And what we're witnessing right now is Alencar remaining on top position, while a credit to Vanessa Demopoulos is doing a very good job of well, sort of preventing her from transitioning, keeping it in a full guard position right now. But right now, it looks like she is trying to do some sort of neck crank from the full mount position. And there is a possibility that the referee might threaten to stand it up out of a stalemate. But yeah, there's no way she gets subbed like this in this position. You know, there's an argument of whether women's MMA should be a different time, right? For some reason, in professional boxing, women have different times than they that of the male. All right. So once again, still remaining that top position for Alencar. All right. So again, still remaining on top position. This is what I was saying, right? Now, there's a lot of people that can look at this fight in two ways. Number one, you can look at this fight in a way where, you know what, this is quite boring. But at the same time, you can look at it like there's some decent uh, scrambling exchanges that are going on here, even though Alencar is dominating the majority of these exchanges. But once again, it kind of proves that there's not a lot of finishing power or finishing ability in these submissions between these ladies. Now, look, she has her right now in this north south position, right? Sort of like what some would say is like six to the nine position. But on either regard, there's a lot of north south chokes that she had missed out on. There's a lot of Darce chokes that she didn't pick up on. Once again, just a different level of awareness that you would get from a high level men's MMA. But nonetheless, this is a women's fight at the highest level that they could find. And after this, yeah, we got a heavyweight matchup with Martin Buday versus Uran Satybaldiev. Well, let's see who this guy is. 9-0. Wow. 9-0 light heavyweight. And he was also heavyweight because I believe, okay, he stepped in here. Oh, wow. Okay. This is interesting. This is interesting. Okay. Coming from LFA. All right. All right. All right. Okay. 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 We got an interesting fight. We got an interesting fight ahead of us after the women's fight. So we got something cool to look forward to. So, all right. All right. Here we go. Round number two. Is it? All right, very strong front kicks by Alencar here. Very aggressive in her forward moving motion. Oh, wow. Six-time world jiu-jitsu champion, huh? And she couldn't find a north-south choke that was right in front of her. Hmm. All right, nice exchanges here by these ladies. Oh, nice. Okay, so good timing right there by Alencar to time that takedown. And once again, this is where you get into the field of MMA where what I would call is a rinse and repeat. Once you understand that you can take a guy down or a gal down in this consecutive amount of times, you see the holes in their game with a takedown defense, you're going to constantly go for it over and over again. And right now, she's very comfortable remaining on top position, but now this time in a half control position, looking like maybe she's trying to go into side control or in just a full mount position. But this time, yeah, a lot more transitions than the first round where she was just very much comfortable remaining in the full guard position. So here's Alencar right now, still remaining in the half guard position on top of Demopoulos. And now Demopoulos is trying to roll into her side. Still safe right here, rolling into her side in her hips. It's what you would call a jiu-jitsu hip escape, right? For those of you that have trained jiu-jitsu, you know what I'm talking about. But here she is. She's trying to go for an arm triangle choke, transitioning from the half guard and right into, idealistically, side control to get the arm triangle lock right in. But great job on Demopoulos on the bottom, preventing it. So we have about less than 2 minutes left into the round right now. Alencar still remaining on top position, right by the cage side, and Demopoulos' toes are right on the cage. I'm very surprised the referee is not calling her out on that. And here's Alencar with a knee on the head of Demopoulos, right on the cage side, maintaining the stacked guard position that she has on top of her, right into the cage side right now, with 125 left into the second round. All right, so now it looks like she is in north-south position. Oh, 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 there's the referee Dione is warning of grabbing of the cage. I'm so excited for the heavyweight matchup after these two gals are done. We got about just one round of this, and then we got the heavyweights with Martin Buday and that Kazakhstani fighter, 9-0 Kazakhstani fighter, moving up from light heavyweight to heavyweight. So he's moving up a weight class, which is even better. All right, so one more round. One more round, guys. Oh man, there's another exciting boxing match with this Adelaide guy going on tonight as well. But you know, obviously, I wasn't able to cover that. All right, last round between these gals right now. So there it is. They start brawling from the very beginning while Alencar goes for a clinch exchange. Now they're back on the feet. Now they're brawling once again right into the exchange. It looks like, okay, there's a head clashing of heads right there between them. Referee breaks it up right back into the action. And once again, I told you guys, this fight is going to end in a decision because if there's one thing that we know about women's fighting, especially in the lower weight class, in the lowest weight class of them all that they have available in the UFC, there's not going to be a finish. But great takedown on Alencar right there. Now she is right on top. Once again, from the rinse and repeat motion that I had told you guys about previously. What do I mean by that? Like what I said earlier, when you know that you got somebody's number in terms of taking them down over and over again, you can rinse and repeat from that particular motion. And right now, Here's Alencar remaining on top, full guard position, banging elbows on top of Demopoulos, and once again, just maintaining more ground control time, and will probably coast to a decision victory on this one. I would be very surprised if Alencar is able to get a finish here. 53 ground strikes that she threw at Demopoulos right now, as opposed to Demopoulos with 16. Now, what I would imagine, those 16 shots from Demopoulos are probably not as, how do I say this, prominent. In other words, they're like little love taps. Okay, so maybe you're trying to go for a transition. You got your hand somewhere. You got your hand in the hip. You got your hand in the thigh. You got your hand in the wrist. They're going to count that as a strike. So I'm very reluctant to count some of these compy strikes stats that they have from especially the bottom fighter, who, if you're in this fight and you're in a position of Alencar, you would not really think that these are hard strikes. Although what Demopoulos is displaying right now is throwing a lot of up kicks from that particular position. All right, and once again, now back into very strange, precarious position that the untrained eye would not understand right now. But on any regard, 225, 224 of the third round, and Alencar is remaining on top position. Ground control time has been a total of 10 minutes. So that is literally the majority of the entire fight, because this whole entire fight at maximum is 15 minutes, and we got about 2 minutes left of that right now. To which, as I predicted, Alencar is going to coast right into unanimous decision victory. All right, now here it is, trying to transition into full mount position. Has Okay, now looking for a full mount, but now looking for a choke. Okay, so almost into full guard, full mount position right now. Really a full mount, but oh, there it is. Now she's got the full mount right away, fully committed, but great scramble on the part of Demopoulos. Okay, there's a body lock, takes her down once again. Once again, as I mentioned, a rinse and repeat cycle between them. Just throwing some hammer fist Brock Lesnar specials over there. Just 10 minutes of control time. That is absolutely insane. Yeah, now she's getting some ground and pound right now. All right. And there it is. So within the 1 hour and 24-minute into this live stream, we now get the official word that yes, Alencar is the winner. Obviously, it hasn't been official yet, but we've seen the fight. It was constant ground strikes from the top, 10 minutes of ground control, which is literally 85% of the fight. What does that tell you? It is an easy win for Alencar, and it's back to the drawing board once again for Vanessa Demopoulos. Now, Vanessa Demopoulos is, yeah, a journeyman fighter, right? This is what they do. they get into a bad unanimous decision losses with this one. They don't really get beat up that bad. They just get out wrestled. They're on to the next road, fighting once again in the next Apex card. Or if they get kicked out of the UFC, maybe somewhere into regionals or somewhere overseas. And that is the life of a journeyman MMA fighter. But there are some journeyman MMA fighters that make it look good or have a better career trajectory than others. For example, Derek Chisora is a great example of that in boxing. Nate Diaz is a great example of that in MMA. The Jorge Masvidals of the world, man, even the Robbie Lawlers of the world, right? Where he was a journeyman fighter, a hard hitter, loses to like top wrestlers and submission artists, but eventually hung in there to eventually become the world champion just at the time when Georges St-Pierre, one of the greatest of all times, decided to go and hang it up. And we all know if Georges St-Pierre was to ever fight Robbie Lawler, we would know what happened. But on any regard, here we are. We got Vanessa Demopoulos and Alencar now being announced the winner, and the winner is Alencar. That is the official decision. That is the official word. And on to the next fight, guys. On to the next fight, I say. All right. So, how do you pronounce his name? Uran Satybaldiev. Okay, so that is hard. That is hard right there. So we'll just call him Uran, and he's obviously fighting Martin Buday. And this, right, I'm excited for this one. Obviously, a bit of a lackluster fight in the previous fight of this fight night that we are watching right now. But now the heavyweights are on and ready, and they are about to go in there and bang. Right? Again, one of my highly anticipated matchups, because it's always exciting to see somebody who's an Eastern European, a Kazakhstani, and this and that. On top of that, undefeated. But even more exciting, he's coming from the light heavyweight division going into the heavyweights. I believe this was a replacement for Kennedy Odechechu. So Kennedy was not able to show up tonight. So here we go. Now we just made light heavyweight division and the heavyweight division even more interesting, because we're putting these guys in different catch weight fights and what have you. I believe he came in this fight weighing 225. So once again, I'm very excited to see this matchup. Let's take a look at some stats for these guys just right before the fight. Now, obviously, Uran is coming from the LFA, right? LFA champion. Right there, there's the LFA belt. Uran, the Gorilla, Satybaldiev. I hope that that's pronounced correctly, but soon enough, they make a name for themselves. You're gonna know. So 6'4", 80-inch reach, pretty big for a light heavyweight. Pretty decent size for a heavyweight as well, right? Again, coming off of LFA Open Fighting Championship. Those are the two organizations that he fought out of. So we don't really know too much about this guy or his regional opponents in any kind of way, right? What we do know about Martin Buday is that you could say this is a test in a way, right? Where is Martin Buday coming from, right? Good record for a heavyweight, 14-2. So this is ultimately a UFC veteran in the heavyweight division. Okay, so not a slouch whatsoever. Already has 5 wins in the UFC, 1 in the Contender Series. Split decision against Andrei Arlovski. Gets knocked out by Shamil Gaziev. No shame in that. Shamil is somebody that's coming up. Has a win. Kimura over Josh Parisian. Pretty good win. Jake Collier, decision win. Lucas Bredsky, split decision win. Chris Barnett, technical decision. That was all the way back in 2022. Lorenzo Hood during the Contender Series. Okay, so he's got some good submissions. He can punch hard. He's got good submissions, just like most heavyweights. All right, so there's a lot to look forward to in this fight. A lot of exciting things. Who won the girl fight? It was Alencar, Stevie Knights, to answer your question. It was, yeah, I did a little breakdown of that as well right afterwards if you want to check it out. I also have timestamps of these fights, so you can rewatch the play-by-play and the reaction as we go along. So now we're moving on to the heavyweight fights tonight. Let's get this going. Let's get this stream going first and foremost. All right, here we go. So now Uran is being announced. All right, very exciting heavyweight matchup coming up right now. All right, Martin Buday has now been announced. All right, and Mike Beltran. All right, so a 15-pound difference in this one. All right, here we go. Let us see what Uran can do with the big boys right now. And significantly, a huge size difference that you notice right away among them two. All right, so very disciplined striking so far by Uran. Oh, nice oblique kick right there. Right to the shins of Buday. Okay, there's a little bit of a lazy leg kick right there by Buday. Again, not to be mistaken, still hard nonetheless, but looks sort of not really full efforted. The size difference, I mean, looks comical in a way, right? All right, so now he's moving forward on Uran. Clinching him up just right after trying to sort of throw a hard shot at him. Okay, he breaks away. Now they're back into the striking range. So what it seems like to me is that what Uran really needs to do in this fight is be very aware of his striking as an advantage, right? Because yes, I think that that's where he's going to be comfortable at. I mean, look, he's got very, crisp striking. Very good with his distance and range. He's got good 1-2 shots. Every time he throws 1-2s at Buday right now, he sort of puts him in trouble. So I think that it is noticeable that striking is his path of victory against Buday. Whereas Buday, I think, is really trying to do two things. He's trying to land a bomb with his hands and maybe even with his legs from indicative of that leg kick that you just saw right now. And if he gets in a close range, he wants to bully Uran and use his size advantage. Meanwhile, what Uran has been doing is doing a very good job of breaking away every time they clinch. And then while they are fighting within the distance in a range that he wants right now, he's doing either a very good job of jabbing him up or throwing those oblique kicks right into his shins. As sort of that similar John Jones style of kick that you usually see out of John. All right, so once again, there it is. Same strategy from Uran once again, breaking away from the clinch and fighting into the range. Now, once he's in the range, look at what he does. He goes with the jab and then follows up with the 1-2, and then either goes into the oblique kick. So now he understands the rinse and repeat pattern that he knows how to get with this guy. And that is prevent the clinches, prevent the close range, prevent him from throwing bombs. And while you're out there, throw and use the range, which is what Buday is, I'm sorry, what Uran is doing a very good job of. With just about 1 minute left into this fight right now, into the first round at least. Now, I noticed there's a bit of some swelling on the left leg of Uran, and that is due to the successful leg kicks that Buday has been landing. Now, I would be very surprised if Buday doesn't go back to that, or if he notices that these things are actually working. Well, there it is. He goes for a low one right there, but then there's some clinch and some knees on the part of Uran. All right. Significant strikes, 11 for Satybaldiev, and then in 20, or what is it? 14 for Buday. So okay, so they seem to have him more on the striking. That's very interesting. All right, so every time he gets held up against the fence, he breaks away. All right, so now that is the end of round number one. Uh, you know what? There are some people out there that will score that for Martin Buday, but then there are people like me that's going to score that for Uran. How do you guys score that first round? Let me know on the comment section below who you guys thought won the first round. I'm going to go with Uran. Just based on the striking alone, I think his striking was uh, a lot more accurate. Not to say that, man, you know what? Buday had some accurate shots in that too. Benjamin Bo says Uran. You think, okay, so awesome, man. Shout out to Benjamin Bo for that opinion. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Uran. But if yeah, you'll see. This could get controversial. Oh, and there it is, WrestleMania. By the way, guys, I will be here for WrestleMania. If you guys want to come check out the coverage with me, I will be here for WrestleMania. That will be on April 19th. And by the way, there's no UFC or major boxing that day. So once again, it sort of coincides with the UFC in a way, right? So here we go. Uran doing the same thing that he did every time he throws that 1-2 shot. He is very deadly with it. And you know what? He looks like he's got very good boxing, that Soviet style of boxing. And for those of you that don't know what the Soviet style of boxing is, take a look at Bivol. Bivol is a great example of that. He knows how to dart in and out of you. And while he's darting in and out of you, he's also moving with his feet while also using the jab as sort of like a rock being thrown at you. So with the jab, there's a force that comes with it. That is a Soviet style of boxing that Uran is doing right now. Hey, Benjamin Vogt says, thanks for your channel, man. Hey, no problem, Benjamin Vogt. I do serve some sort of service to you because think of it like this, right? Let's say there's people out there right now that are trying to watch this fight or can't watch this fight because maybe they are working somewhere or maybe they are at a factory or maybe they are anybody like a police officer or somebody that works at an office or somebody that works retail or does truck driving, right? Whatever it is that you do, and you can't tap into the fights, you can tap in with me. I will do the play-by-play for the fights. And right now it is 322, 320 of the second round between Buday and Uran, the undefeated Uran who moved from 205 into the heavyweight division, and they are clinched up against the cage right now. And usually this is what Martin Buday was doing, was every time he would get close range, he would clinch up against Uran and then try to bully him into clinch. But Uran is doing a very good job of being anti-clinching, right? Which is something you can get out of Muay Thai, as well as Greco-Roman and all forms of wrestling. So every time they're clinching, he gets out of the way. And once again, implementing that Soviet style of boxing that he's doing, where he's going 1-2 shot and then he's darting in and out with the 1-2 shot and the straight shots, similar to that of Dmitry Bivol. So now we got halfway into the second round right now with Buday and Uran. Satybaldiev, as I believe the last name is being pronounced. So yeah, man, shout outs to Benjamin Vo for that shout out. It's always nice to have people out there that do appreciate what you do. And as you know, the channel is growing as much as it can grow. Obviously, hey, look, I'm close to 1,000 now, right? I got 720 people around the world that tap in. Before you know it, it'll be 1,000. After 1,000, it just grows exponentially from there because let's be honest, people like to follow things that have a huge following. And whenever they see that K on your channel where they know that you got, at least 1,000 people watching you, it just grows from there. It doesn't feel taboo to follow you. Now imagine this, you guys see a channel that let's say has like 2 subscribers, right? But you know it's a good channel. You know that it's a good channel. I guarantee you that the majority of people are going to be reluctant into tapping into that channel just based on the fact that, I mean, let's be honest, right? We're superficial people. It's just a weird thing about us. We're just very superficial. We're just not going to tap in with it. But you see somebody that's got track, that's got motion, you don't really care. But you know what? Here's the thing. If you got millions of subscribers, it's sort of hard for the average person to go and subscribe to your channel as well. I mean, you see all these different travel channels, all these vlog channels from around the world. Do you really tap in with them if they got, like, let's say 1 million plus? Like, do you really tap in with, I don't know, CNN.com or Al Jazeera or all these other, big channel, media conglomerates? But anyways, back to the fights. 30 seconds left into the second round. Martin Buday has Uran on the clinch side of the cage, and you know what? He's now bleeding. So again, I think it kind of shows that there's some significant strikes that Buday is landing here. And we also have to remember there is a huge weight difference here, even though Uran is showing a very talent a very huge talent on his part in being able to outbox this big guy while maintaining his own in there as realistically a 205er fighting in the heavyweight division. All right, here we go. Third and final round. All right, and don't forget, I will also be here for UFC 314 as well. So here we go, third and final round, Uran versus Martin Buday. All right, and once again, good job. Oh man, he is landing these 1-2 shots on Buday, but then he's taking these leg kicks as well. Okay, so now once again, back into the clinch position with Martin Buday. All right, and then up next is Victor Henry versus Pedro Falcão. There's some foot stomps right there. And then once again, breaking away, and Uran is back to the 1-2 shots that he was looking for earlier. All right, there's a right hand right there by. Oh, okay. Oh, he's got him hurt, man. He's got him hurt. Yeah, he's really looking to shake some cobwebs out on this one. All right, looks like the referee might be looking for a stalemate here, but they're allowing them to work in the clinch position right now. And here's now Uran looking for a single leg coming from a double leg attempt earlier. He's really looking for this single leg takedown right here, but good takedown defense on the part of Martin Buday, being able to use his length and his size in order to do so. And we got about right under 2 minutes left before we determine a winner for Martin Buday and Satybaldiev here. Now, I'm not surprised if they give this one to Martin Buday, but you know what? Uran has 2 minutes to work right here. All right, so it looks like the end of this fight is going to be predicated on Martin Buday clinching. As I was about to say that, boom, here it is. Now they break them up as the referee was basically calling for a stalemate here. And here we are back at it again. Yeah, again, back with the 1-2 shot by Uran here. All right, well, that is the end of the fight right there. Just right there, right? 10 seconds. We're going to give a breakdown on this one. All right, so Martin Buday and Uran just went all 5 rounds in that fight, right? How do we see that? Well, look, here's the thing, right? The 1-2 shots that were coming from Uran was perfect. Okay, if you're a judge that likes boxing, you're going to favor that. By the way, as I was mentioning during the broadcast, it was sort of like this Soviet-style Dmitry Bivol darting in and out 1-2 shot that he was throwing at Martin Buday, which, by the way, was working. Every time Martin Buday was trying to throw power, but then ended up being in a close range position, he was clinching him up, only for Uran to break away and continue the fight in range and in distance. Once again, doing a very good job at the 1-2 shot, but also not to forget to mention the fact that Martin Buday was throwing those leg kicks that was really giving some serious problems for Uran. We also got to keep in mind, too, Uran is a 205er. Okay, the weight difference between them looked absolutely comical. Now, is that an excuse in any kind of way? No, but I think there is a reason why Uran is able to display his talent and his skills in the lower weight class division as opposed to the heavyweight division where he had to be brought in here in a short notice due to a fallout with Kennedy the Jake Shoe. But by the end of it, who wins this fight? It is Martin Buday. Martin Buday wins this fight. The experience, the size, and the tenacity. Okay, and then there's Uriah Faber right there, shaking hands with the opposing. Oh no, I'm sorry. I think. Okay. So all right, yeah, that's it, man. He deserves that win. He deserves that win, hands down. That's what it is by the end of the day. The size and experience won that fight, and that's all there is to it. So up next, coming up, we got Victor Henry taking on Pedro Falcão coming up next.
For those of you that just tapped in, you need to rewind back in the beginning of the stream to see that, okay? Because this is regular for me. I do this all day long. You know what I mean? If I'm not doing this, I'm doing jiu-jitsu training, I'm doing kickboxing training, I'm doing Muay Thai training, I'm doing all types of stuff. You know what I mean? So all of y'all, you know, talking all that smack in the comment section. Ain't none of y'all are brave enough to put up your workout sessions because you know exactly what you're made of. I do that. I put that up in front of the world because I know what I'm made of. Do you know what you're made of? Most of you never live a life challenging yourselves into anything. You sit behind a couch, you eat your potato chips, you do nothing but criticize other people. But the reality is, you'll never do what I do. And that's just the bottom line about it. You understand that? So, you know, I get all the positive comments on the comment section and all that. I get all the negative comments too and all that. But the fact of the matter is, most of y'all will never do what I could do. And you need to get that straight. You need to understand that. So if you ain't got anything positive to say, keep your comments to yourselves. But by the end of the day, you know, anything that I do, I put it all on the line. So once again, rewind that back to the beginning of the stream, you know, because I have a rewind option, you know, on my live stream. So if you want to see that again, rewind back from the beginning or stay tuned, because I'll still put on a show right now, right in the sauna, doing a little shadow boxing in the sauna, and then doing some swims right afterwards. Y'all ain't doing this. I'm just being real. Hey, this ain't talking smack. I'm just talking real, y'all. Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with that. I'm just responding to the comments. Caden Wisner, I'm just responding to the comments on the comments below. That's all. You know, what's cracking, Kyrie's a homie Zubs? What's going on, bro? What's going on? What's cracking, cuz? That's what I'm talking about. And then you ate 2 whole pizzas. See what I mean? So what? So what? So what? You ain't doing this. Shut your freaking mouths up. But to those that, you know, put up positive comments and all that, cool. You know, all the love and support. But to everybody else, straight up, you could go to hell. And that's how I feel. Do something about it. Come holler at me in Sacramento if you want to do something about it. I'm about to hit the sauna, y'all. Get some little shadow boxing in. What's up? I'm an SF, come here. Doofus. The bodies hit the floor. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. All right, we're back for fight right here. Henry, let's turn off the music while the fights are going on.
So we're back for Henry and Falcão here. Who's about. Okay, so. All right, here we go. So so far, Falcão was on top of Henry. That's where we had started off of with this fight. Right here in the bantamweight division between these two. So far, no finishes in any of the fights, but there it is. There's Henry right there just knocking down Falcão out of nowhere. All right, so Henry is now on top of Falcão. Falcão is just looking for an opportunity to either get up or do something on the bottom to either hit him with an up kick or somehow surprise him with some. But he's just constantly throwing these kicks right there on his calves until, yeah, he just finally gets up. 150 left into the first round. There it is, Falcão shooting in right there. Mm. Yes, real exciting fight in a way that he's willing to step into the fire, huh? Just about 10 seconds left into the first round right now. All right, great combinations by Henry there. All right, here we go. Round number 2 between Victor Henry and Falcão. Nice leg kicks right there between the both of them. So Falcão with the purple shorts. I don't see too many of those. Obviously, a lot of these Venom uniforms are either black, red, white, yellow for the Brazilians, green for the Irish guys, so on and so forth. Green for the Mexicans as well, but purple. That's a new color right there. Oh, nice hook right there by Falcão at the end of that exchange. All right, good entry right there by Falcão. Nice. Now Falcão is right into the half guard position, trying to transition maybe into a full guard. Nice. Body locking into a slam down on the ground. Now he's in the back of Henry right now, but Henry reverses right onto a full guard position. Okay, now he's looking for an armbar. Yeah, we got an interesting firefight between these guys right now. Okay, there's a double leg or a single leg shot attempt right there by Falcão. He gets it, but then in the bottom position, while in a half guard, Falcão looks like he was going for a leg lock there, but now they're back into the transitions. Oh, he's looking for a bulldog choke there within that scrambling exchange. Now 30 seconds left into the second round. All right, so third round coming up. All right. Round number 3. Going into the round number 3, I gotta say, man, it's a pretty even round. I would not be surprised for whoever wins this one, right? It wouldn't be controversial to say the least. I'll say that. All right. So now Falco's got the body lock, rolling him around right now, got his back on the ground with 4:35 left into the third round. All right. So after being on top right there, some 3 reversals on Victor Henry. So if you're looking for a match that has a lot of scrambling exchanges, yeah, you are definitely getting it with Henry and Falco right now. On the corner, Victor Henry right now is the legendary heavyweight Josh Barnett. All right. So at this point, do you go for the knockout with either guy? I would say so, considering of how close this fight is. Right? There is not a guarantee that one guy or the other it has the has the domination over the other guy. I mean, look at the reversals that Victor Henry has had. Look at all the times that Falco has had ground control. And now, speaking of ground control, look at Henry right now. He's got ground control right on top of Falco once again. But Henry does have the better looking boxing for sure. Yeah, Falco looks gassed right now. All right, so Falco's still on. I'm sorry, Henry is still on the attack right now. Significant strikes, 46 out of 12 between Henry and Falcão. 24 out of 24 in the second round. Very even. 19 and 11 so far in this third round, and we got about 25 seconds left into the third round to determine the winner. We got 15 seconds left to determine the winner in this very hard fight to sort of score. 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. And that closes out right there. All right. So now we're going to determine the winner. Okay. Within the 2 hours and 16-minute mark of this live stream, we are going to clear a winner. So what did we see out of this fight so far? Great boxing on the part of Victor Henry. Now, does the boxing help in these particular fights? Absolutely, they do. They absolutely help. But wrestling also helps in these fights. Falcão has had some pretty good takedowns in these fights. The striking, honestly, was on the side of Victor Henry, but he had 3 reversals. And great scrambling exchanges on the both of them, by the way. Just hard punches, kicks, calf kicks. They were going at each other up and down, up kicks from the up-down position, leg lock attempts. I mean, this fight had everything. It had an absolute action-packed value. But there can only be one winner. Now, would I be mad if they gave it to Falcão? Well, not really. There have been fights where a lot of judges saw it in the side of a wrestler. There have been fights where they saw it in the side of a striker. This is one of those fights. No, so now, as we wait on to see the official decision for this one, let's find out who the winner is in this very hard-fought matchup, but also a hard fight to judge. Okay, by unanimous decision, you got Victor Henry by unanimous decision. And it was a very hard-fought victory nonetheless, man, but congratulations to Victor Henry on that one. On to the next fight. So we'll be right back. I'm going to show you a video that I was playing earlier, and we'll go from there. Some interesting stuff. So keep in mind, this is me shadow boxing in the sauna after doing like a 45-minute session of doing box jumps, one-arm snatches, 500-pound sled pushes, and things of that nature, and then just, you know, pushing it to the limit. So sort of giving you guys a little glimpse into my world right now as we await the next fight coming up.
Hey, shout out to you, Eric Rebellion. I hope you rewinded from the very beginning because, yeah, you keep up the grind. I believe in you. Thank you, bro. This is sort of funny. Shadow boxing in the sun. Sauna shadow boxing. Well, I'll tell you why I do it, right? So the reason for it, check it out. It's a good way to build your, what do you call it? Your CO2 max level. You see what I'm saying? So if you're working hard and pushing yourself in a hot place like that, usually if you are in, what do you call it? If you're in a place that's, normal temperature, you're going to be able to, perform a whole lot better because, your CO2 level is, working extra. So it's always good to work in heat. You know who does that? Is Dricus du Plessis. He trains in, very, very high heat temperature. That's what Dricus du Plessis does. So that's the reason why I do it, to sort of, get that going. So it's going to be Topuria versus Makhachev. Is it, Burko? Can you confirm that? Because, right after I'm done with this training session, I'm still going to keep the live stream going. But I'm going to be doing the talking portion of it, right? So I'm going to be talking about Islam Makhachev. I'm going to be talking about Justin Gaethje, whether that fight is going on. And if that fight is confirmed, brother,
All right, so back in the action. We got Loma versus Istela Nunes. Here we go, round one. All right, so obviously a Thai background from the Thai fighter herself. So a lot of kicks being thrown here within a range and distance between them. Oh, nice overhand right there by Nunes. All right, so round number 1 continuing on right now. Little bit of a foul review right there. Now back into the action. There's a high kick right there by Loma. Nice low kick right there by Nunes. Nice high kick right there by Loma. Yeah, not a lot of punches are being thrown in this fight. Mostly a kicking fight, and sometimes it can be like that, depending on the range that both fighters decide to fight on. Yeah, just a whole trade of kicks here, right? Just not really a lot of committing to any punching of any kind between them. There's another kick right there, followed up with a punch. There's a single leg or double leg takedown by Loma, but then fails only for Nunes to get right on top of her in the half guard position. All right, round number 2 coming up soon. All right, second round, guys. Here we go. Round number 2. Oh, good one. Good aggressive round 2 right now. Right, so a lot of clinch exchanges here between Nunes and Loma, which Nunes seems to be getting the best of right now. And you know what? We still got more to go with the prelims. Next up, we got Rhys McKee versus Daniel Frunza, and then after that, women's flyweight division fight between Diana Belbiţă and Dione Barbosa. No one really that known, but obviously, yeah, the main card heats up a little bit. I mean, it heats up a lot. Middleweight division, 10-0, Torrez Finney. Real interesting guy to take a look at, taking on Robert Valentin. Another 10-0 guy, uh, Lewis Gruely, taking on the flyweight Ozzy Osborne. Brad Tavares taking on Gerald Meerschaert. That's a good one right there. That's a good fight. Cortavious Romious taking on Lee Chang Hoi. That's a good fight. Bantamweight division. All right. Now looking for a leg lock right here. She going to get it? Let's see if Loma understands her position right here. The Thai fighter from Thailand. And then the co-main event, Pat Sabatini taking on Joanderson Brito. And then obviously the main event between the undefeated Lerone Murphy taking on the now veteran Josh Emmett, Sacramento's own. And she's really looking for this leg lock right here. Yeah, and Loma's looking for a stand-up right here, but then gets up all on her own right now. All right, now they're going to end this round right here. And there's the John Anik commercial. I've been knowing to get excited. Like all this betting that they're like promoting and stuff like that. You know, obviously, I'm not much of a betting guy, but yeah. All right, round number 3. All right, so 10 seconds into the round, 449, 447. High kick by Loma, switching stances. Whoa. All right, so now Loma is on top right now, on top of Lopez after a few of these 8 out of 10 opponents. She's already taken down 8 out of 9 of her opponents. So quite an interesting fact to know about Loma there. Not just a Muay Thai fighter, but has some wrestling in her arsenal as well. And also worth noting, I think that Muay Thai is one of the best bases for MMA in terms of also being able to understand the other arts through it. Right? Like, I know they say wrestling is the best base, but Muay Thai isn't a bad base either. To start off of, you kind of know a little bit of everything. Like, you get the clinching aspect of it, the standing clinching. And then on top of that, there's knees, there's elbows. That's basically 75% of MMA. And then the kicks and the punches, although as basic as they are effective in a way of having a complete game. And then obviously, you want to add Taekwondo and all the other fancy arts that go along with it, some slick boxing. That's also another option that you can throw for yourself in there as well. All right, so now it is Loma still remaining on the top position right now. All right, so good maintenance control right now by Loma. Or no, I'm sorry, Nunes now back with the scrambling changes. All right. So that goes a distance right there. All right, so we're on the verge of finding out who the winner is. A lot of kicks, a lot of those types of exchanges during this fight, sort of what you're going to get out of distance and range management type of fight that you got going on. Great scrambles on the ground. Loma surprised me with a lot of the takedowns that she had. Now, according to the stats, this has been the 8th out of the 9th opponent that she has taken down. So in other words, she's very proficient at wrestling and is showing it, even with a background of Muay Thai. Now, what I was saying was that it's very important to understand how much of a great foundation Muay Thai is for the game of MMA. It's literally 75% of MMA. There's the clinch, the punches, the kicks, and then there's the takedowns and the sweeps as well, along with the top level clinching that you sort of get out of Greco-Roman as well. But by the end of it, did Nunes do enough? Now, she did a very good job of neutralizing a lot of the takedown attempts by Loma as well. She's had great ground control time on her part. But once again, what did you get out of this fight? 29-28. The winner is Looma Lookboonmee gets this win. And I'm sorry if I mispronounced her name, but let's just say for namesake, Loma wins this by unanimous decision, and rightfully so. Again, the multiple attacks that she displayed here didn't surprise me, right? Obviously, 8th opponent that, I mean, yeah, 8th opponent out of the 9th that she had taken down, and that's really what it is by the end of the day. Congratulations to her in the win. All right, well, on to the next fight. Check out this video until the meantime.
Please let me know. I would like a confirmation on that check to Poirier, his last post. Okay, I would, but, you know, obviously if I had to get off my phone right now, I would probably, yeah, I would probably, you know, be getting rid of, like, what do you call it, my live stream and all that. Oh, sorry, Pam. Hey, how you doing? Kyrie, right? And, oh, I didn't recognize you, man. How you doing? Yo, I'm on my live stream right now. You want to say what's up? You want to say what's up to the world?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Come here. You sure? I got people around the world watching me right now. See, check this out. This is my man Kyrie right here.
Kyrie, man.
That's right. Hey, Kyrie, but we spell it, you know, a little bit differently. You know what I mean? So,
in here getting his work.
That's right. He knows, man. You know what I mean? Hey, I've known this brother since I moved to Sacramento. You know, as you guys know, you know, I'm from Jersey, and then when I moved out here, you know, he was one of my first, you know, homies when I was out here. And so, you know, here he is, 2025 to 09, here we are. You know what I'm saying? A grown man, right? You know what I mean? Hey, oh my God, man, I'm glad I captured this on live stream right here. So for all of y'all that ain't tapped in, it's Kyrie Abu Elkir MMA. And, you know, if you want to check this out later.
_, it's Kyrie, spelled K-H-Y-R-E-E.
Is that on Instagram? On Instagram. If you want to holler at my man right here. Yeah, for sure, man. Hey, good seeing you, man. Hey, man, I love this. See, this is why I'm doing some Kai Cenat stuff. You know what I mean? Hey, you know what? Because usually most streamers, at least in the MMA side, right? Yeah. You know, they just do it like in the studio, right? You know, so I look at, like, you know, Kai, Cenat, iSpeed, Jack Doherty. Look at these guys. They do streams outside. I mean, it's cool to do that inside, but it's good to get real interaction going.
Sure,
you know what I mean? Because then people can kind of relate to it. So now you've seen one of my longtime homies over here. Let them know your tag one more time on Instagram.
_ITSKHYRE.
There it is. There it is. No, hey, good seeing you, fam. Yup. There it is, man. That's what I live for right there is, good positivity, good friends, and always, running across people that you've known for a while. So yeah, man, UFC promised him the title shot because he vacated. Okay, so that makes sense. You know what, Berko? The reason why that makes sense is because why else would Ilia Topuria vacate, right? I mean, why give all that up? You beat up Volkanovski only for Volkanovski to go back and fight for it again. You know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. But the common denominator is Islam Makhachev. You see, he's the one that has to agree to it. You see what I'm saying? So if he doesn't agree with it, then what are you gonna do? But hey, check this out. I'm about to get in the pool right now. I'm gonna be live streaming my pool session with you guys as well. And then right afterwards, we're going to talk about it. So Berko, please stay tuned. I'm going to hit a few laps in the pool. And then once I get done, we're going to talk about it. I'm going to keep the live stream going because, hey, like and subscribe. You'll never see a live stream like this anywhere on YouTube. MMA Guru ain't doing this. None of these other MMA streamers are doing none of this. Okay? None of these MMA streamers are doing it like that where they're putting it all on the line. I'm putting it all on the line. So come holler at the kid, who's really down to put it all on the line. You know what I mean? So hold on, let me
Well, all right, we're on to the next fight right now. If those of you that have checked that out, that was my insane trading session that I had put up. We'll play more of that. I obviously have that on the description down below if you want to check it out. But for now, we got, what's the next fight we got coming up right now? Daniel Frunza taking on Rhys McKee. Now, we all know Rhys McKee as the guy who has fought Khamzat before, right? Very interesting character, to say the least. Obviously, a former Cage Warriors champion fighting out of Ireland. What has he done since Khamzat? Well, let's check this out. Split decision loss against Chide. Another unanimous decision loss against Anjay. Now, not to be mistaken with the fact that, hey, you know what? This guy can finish people. Now, he's had a 4th round stoppage going back to Cage Warriors. Okay, this is like just right after he had 2 losses in the UFC. Loses to Khamzat, no shame in that. After his Cage Warriors little stint, fights Alex Morono, loses, but then gets a shot going back to Cage Warriors and hasn't really got a UFC win, right? Ever since he fought Khamzat. He had a decision loss into Bama. He had a draw. And his first fight against Tim Barnett, he obviously lost, but then just, he's quite the journeyman fighter, right? But I tell you what, it is interesting. Rhys McKee is an interesting guy, former champion in Cage Warriors, but hasn't won in the UFC yet. I tell you what, man, I'm kind of excited. I'm pulling for this guy just based on that alone. I really want to see him get a UFC win, but who does he take on here? He takes on Daniel, the Romanian. Okay, probably one of the homies with Andrew Tate. But what do we got with this guy? He just came off of a win in a Contender Series, ground and pound finish. LFA, he's got some experience in that. KS2, okay, so a bit of a different regional scene, but okay, so yeah. It's going to be a pretty even fight, I would say. But I'm pulling for Rhys McKee on a decision on this one. I hope he wins by decision, and he's got a good chance of winning by decision. Now, do I see this guy finishing him? I don't know, man. I don't see that happening, but wilder things have happened, but here we go. They are being announced right now. We are on to the next fight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it cracking right now. All right, here we go. Rhys McKee versus the Romanian Daniel Frunza. So fighting out of Miami, out of Romania. Yeah, for sure. He's definitely Andrew Tate's homie. All right, here we go. Round number one. Rhys McKee versus Daniel Frunza. All right, opens up with a jab, trying to use his height advantage here, really going forward with a jab towards Daniel. Okay, good leg kicks by Frunza. Really aggressive start on his part right now while trying to mitigate the height difference and the reach advantage of Rhys McKee. Oh, already busted up already, man. He's catching Rhys McKee pretty good here. Oh, wow. He just rocked him right now. He just rocked him right now. He's looking to get a finish on this one right now. Yeah, really good shot by Rhys McKee right there. Now he's looking to finish. Wow, he's got Frunza really busted up. He could finish him up right now within the first minute. Oh, there it is. Literally within the first minute, he hurt him, and now he's got him down, and he is looking to really bust him up right here. So once again, really using, oh, there it is. He catches him walking in. And now here it is. Now he's looking to get a finish right here. He is looking to finish. Jason Herzog is going to stop this matchup. He's knocked him down way too many times. He busted up his eye. He's constantly catching him with these shots. And, oh, there's a nice elbow by Rhys McKee right here. Rhys McKee is looking to get his first UFC win right here. Man, Rhys is really fighting off of a flow state right now. It's like he sees everything coming, and it gets easier as he knows that he's damaged this guy significantly. Oh, that's a good one. Good straight hand by Rhys. There it is. He's only one shot away from finishing Daniel Frunza right now. Okay, very good, man. He's looking to get these straights. He knows that he's connecting every time he's landing these straight hands right here. Okay, now He's getting even more confident with these shots. Wow, man. Yeah, there's a close-up of that eye damage right here on Frunza. Now they're clinched up against the cage with less than 1 minute left. Good knee upstairs right there. Okay, about 5 seconds left. So Daniel Frunza survives a very brutal round on his part and very good performance on the part of Rhys McKee. He almost got that finish right down, and that's what it is, man. Sometimes just, you know, the luck of the draw. All right, so just like that, y'all, the fight is over. Okay, so the fight is over. 3 hours and 2 minutes into the live stream, the fight is over. The eye of Daniel Frunza could not hold up, man. They called the fight, and Rhys McKee wins by a doctor stoppage, and that is all she wrote. I mean, so let's break down that fight from the time that it had started all the way until it ended. So obviously, I wanted Rhys McKee to win. Did I picture him winning in this type of capacity? No, I just thought that, you know what, maybe he's going to get a decision. It seems to be the trajectory in his career, but you know what, sometimes some guys improve. Now, look, I gotta tell you, as I was saying earlier, you look at this guy's record, right? Let's take a look at Rhys McKee's record so far, just right before this fight. Okay, by the way, this is his first UFC win, just to kind of give you guys a bit of some perspective here. Okay, here's Rhys McKee. UFC debut against Khamzat. I mean, that right there is bad luck all in and of itself, right? Gets grounded, pounded in the first round. We all know who Khamzat is, now a contender, possibly champion, possibly the greatest middleweight ever. Who knows? Or maybe multiple-time world champion. Alex Morono loses to a decision. No shame in that. A bit of you know, rhythm type of fighter. Goes into Cage Warriors once again. Organization he's very familiar with, goes on a run, stops a whole bunch of people, comes back to the UFC, and then finally gets a stoppage. And before this, he never had a UFC win. Okay, he was in the UFC 4 times, And 5th time is the charm. So what does that tell you guys? Never give up. That is one thing that you gotta take into consideration with Rhys McKee here. He's had a very tough career, had a very decorated Cage Warriors career, by the way, but had a very difficult journeyman-like type of career from the UFC to Cage Warriors back again, and then back into the UFC to finally get his first UFC win. Let's see what he says here. Wait, let's hear what he has to say here. Hold on. Okay, so he is looking for a top 15. He's not looking to retire and finish right after this one. He's looking to go in there and do it again and find placing in the 170 division. Now, great hook right there. There's a good elbow on his part. Okay, good straight right hands. And he's saying that he's got about like 3 people with him in there, his family who supports him and things of that nature. Yeah, man. So again, the story of perseverance and never giving up, that is one thing that you can certainly guarantee from Rhys McKee. Great job, great performance. And once again, the doctors had to do the right thing to get Daniel up out of there, but great performance from Rhys McKee. Excited to see where he's going to be in the future after this. A well-deserved win. And once again, one of those wins that you can feel good about as to say, you know what? This is what happens when you persevere and never give up. So shout outs to Rhys McKee for that. This thing on and cracking, and we will go from here. Okay, we're gonna hit a few laps, and then after we hit a few laps, then we will go from there. All right, so stay tuned real quick. All right, so the next fight is coming up right now between, I believe this is Belbiţă taking on Dione Barbosa, which is coming up right now. I think this is the last fight right before the main card, which is obviously going to be 6 p.m. West Coast time out here. Nonetheless, yeah, we are waiting for the fight to start right now between these two. So, another women's fights that I think is going to end in a decision. So, I just anticipate, honestly, that you guys may want to pack a lunch for this one because you are going to see a decision on this one, I think, in my opinion. Now, I could be wrong, and there could be a crazy knockout, and of course those things happen. They can happen in any division, let alone the women's division. But nonetheless, yeah, here we are. So a few Romanian fighters on display tonight. All right, here we go. Huntington Beach, California. Represent. All right, Keith Peterson, the referee of this fight. Here we go, round one. Belbiţă versus Barbosa. Made some good shots right there by Belbiţă. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Belbiţă. Ooh, nice overhand right there. Okay, there's a 1-2 shot by Barbosa. Swinging wildly right here. Okay, so now Barbosa right on top. All right, there it is. There's a finish right there. Yeah, took out Belbiṭă right there on the spot. Great finish by Barbosa right here. Let's see it right here. She shoots in, double leg, gets right on top, maintains top control position, gets right into a mount position. Look how she walks the arm up, perfect framing right here. Puts her head right into place of that elbow and then gets the arm triangle choke for the finish right there and the tap. And that is all she wrote. Great job on the part of Barbosa for that one. All right. Well, great submission win on her part. Again, if she would have gone the distance, it would have been bad because, you know what, Belbiṭă is one of those fighters that really does make it a tough fight for you as the rounds go on. But great win by Barbosa. First round. Arm triangle choke. I mean, that right there should be submission of the night if nobody else gets a submission. Nonetheless, man, great job on the part of Dione Barbosa. First round arm triangle choke. Gets it with ease. On to the next one. onto the main card coming up next.
All right, so for those of you that are still in the chat right now, let's continue on with our conversation about either Justin Gaethje, Islam, or Ilia Topuria. We're going to get to that in a second, so hopefully we'll get everybody back in here. All right, we're almost there. Okay. All right. All right. We're going to get to our conversation in a second. All right. So yeah, Tommy is right about that comment right there. You know, saying that he doesn't really own anything. That's so true. You know, that's the reason why, you know, he's trying to go after 155ers and not guys that are 145, trying to go up to 155. And also, you know, there's a legacy. Take care, man. There's a legacy factor that comes into that as well. You know, so not just that, also, what's the word I'm looking for here? Competitive architecture. That's really what he's looking for in a nutshell, is competitive architecture. Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah, so Eid Mubarak. Oh yeah, you know it. Yeah. You know what I mean? What's that?
I see the sweat drip.
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Just, you know, had a little session. You know, filmed it on my live stream. I have a MMA YouTube live stream. If you want to say what's up, if that's cool.
Heck
you know what I mean?
What's going on, man? Yeah. Peace. The beast. The one and only. Can't clone me.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Hey, tap into me, Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA on YouTube. You know, so if you want to check this out later, you'll be right on there. So, you know, if you want to, you know, subscribe to mine, you know, so I do like MMA coverage. You know, I also do California gang politics, stuff like that. Oh, yeah, world news. You know, I'm a former Marine, so I also do like world geo. What's that?
My daughter just went in the Navy, my oldest.
Oh, okay, that's what's up, man. Okay.
She just deployed.
Okay, what is her MOS?
I don't know too much of
Oh, okay, for sure.
She just got.
Oh, there it is. That's me right there.
Perfect.
And then this is yeah. So you're on this right here.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, man. If you're on so what is that? 1 hour and 29 minutes. You'll be on there. 1 hour and 29 minutes.
What's your name again?
Kyrie Abu Al-Kir MMA Marquise.
Yep.
That's what's up, man. Hey, good luck with your daughter in the Navy, and God bless her. I was saying Eid Mubarak to my. Is he Muslim or are you guys Muslim by any chance? I noticed the headgear.
Yes, he is.
Okay, hey, my man, Eid Mubarak, my man. I'm Muslim too. Eid Mubarak, my brother. That's what's up, man. All right, guys, y'all have a good one. Come check me out, all right? Yeah, you'll be on there. So, you know what I mean? On the live stream right now. There it is. Heck yeah, man. So here it is. We're right here at the Golden One Arena right here. So, all right, so let's talk about Justin Gaethje. All right, so is that confirmed? Is he really going to fight Ilia Topuria instead? Because, you know, he was a little bit hesitant to do so. You see what I'm saying? He was hesitant to do so due to the fact that he wanted to fight bigger 145ers. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, big 155ers. Sorry, a little flustered from that workout. So, anyways, here's the Golden One Arena right here in good old Sacramento. The most epic live stream in mixed martial arts that you'll ever see. Tommy says he's an MMA fighter. That's what's up, my man. How old are you now? You said if you were 27 again, how old exactly are you now if you're still in the chat right now? See, look at that. This is Sacramento at night right here. All right. Hey, look over there. This is Scientology building. If you guys see it right there, you see that? That's the Scientology building right there. All right. So let's get on with this. About Islam Makhachev fighting Ilia Topuria. Let's get to that. I'm going to get to my card first, and then we're going to get through that conversation. That's how you do it. See, just like that, I was just walking around getting, you know, a few subscribers, you know, doing it from the ground up. You see what I'm saying? Like, just doing it on street level, you know? So some people, you know, they have different advices on how you can, you know, get subscribers on YouTube and whatnot. How I do it, I just do it, you know, just based on, you know, my own fear, will, and personality. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, okay, we're going to get to talk about Islam and Ilia Topuria. By the way, if you guys want to check out earlier in the stream, obviously, I had whatchamacallit, I had the Golden One Arena earlier. So if you guys want to check that out. Get my bag up in here real quick. All right. Okay, so let's get to the Islam Makhachev and the Ilia Topuria conversation. Is that fight really happening? Now, somebody on the chat earlier mentioned that Ilia Topuria said on his chat that he was going to have an announcement, or he had something to say regarding that particular topic. But here's the thing. The question is, does Islam Makhachev agree? Because that's really what is predicated on the whole entire conversation. Islam Makhachev has to agree. If Islam Makhachev doesn't agree, then there is no fight. So Ilia Topuria can wish all he wants, but the reality is that Islam Makhachev has to say yes. And even if Islam Makhachev refuses, understand that he has the right to refuse. Now, why does he have the right to refuse? Well, for the simple fact that, how do I say this? He's earned the right to refuse. Look at the names that he's beaten in the lightweight division. I know that seems a little bit light moving up, all the way up until Charles Oliveira and then Volkanovski, which is a 145er. And some can argue and say that's quite a weak resume. But that is also the main reason why he wants to fight somebody else like Justin Gaethje. You see, in his mind, somebody like Justin Gaethje is a lot more of a formidable force than Ilia Topuria. Because Ilia Topuria, as great as he is, he's great as a 145er. He's not great as a 155er. And Islam Makhachev's main prerogative is to prove that he belongs in the top echelons of the names in the 155's history. Names like Benson Henderson, Pettis, who else was a 155 champ? Well, Sean Shirk was a 155 champ at one point, right? BJ Penn, that's another great name. He wants to put himself in this top echelon. Eddie Alvarez, you can say that. RDA was an okay champ. Conor McGregor, obviously, but he never really defended his title multiple times. He sort of just came from 145, moved up to 155, and then never defended any of those belts, and then went on to fight Floyd Mayweather. That's not what Islam Makhachev wants to do. He wants to build a career. And beating Justin Gaethje is the best thing for him right now. So why is that? Why is Justin Gaethje the best thing for him right now? Well, understand this. Justin Gaethje beat Fiziev twice. Dustin Poirier, who's already been beaten by Islam Makhachev, has beaten Benoit Saint-Denis. So all these top names in the 155 that's been a top staple for a long time have been beating everybody. And so they deserve a shot at Islam. And that's really all that is. So I'm going to find out what happened with Islam Makhachev. I'm going to find out what happened with Ilia Topuria and his latest post, find out and verify the truth behind that and see if there's any announcement. And if there is any announcement behind that, what I will do is make a video about it, respond, and then talk about it, and then break down the fight of how it's going to go. So for now, oh, Jag1. Hi, how you doing, Jag1? Let me know what part of the world you're from, Jag1. Let me know what part of the world you are from, brother. Okay? All right, well-deserved water after you know, a good workout. So Jag1, what do you think? Do you think Ilia Topuria got the fight with Islam Makhachev? And if so, how do you see that coming? Let me know on the comment section below before I head out. I'm gonna do about maybe 10 more minutes of this live stream, and then I'm gonna head right on out. So we'll just go from there. Or as a matter of fact, maybe what I could do is just, you know, drive while I'm live streaming. Maybe I could do that with you guys right now. So if you could just excuse me just a second. Well, you don't know. Okay, it's all good. It's all good. Not a problem at all. So, okay, so we got a few more people in here right now. Islam Makhachev, is he fighting Justin Gaethje or Ilia Topuria? If you guys are just joining me right now, if you want to see the insane training session that I had going on, rewind back from the beginning of the stream, watch it. Or you know what you could do is open up 2 tabs, watch my training session, mute it while listening to this right now as we talk about Ilia Topuria and Islam Makhachev, because apparently somebody on the chat, and I can't confirm right now because I can't go into the chat, or I'm sorry, I can't go into my internet while I'm live streaming on my phone to verify, but obviously what was said was that Ilia Topuria had a message regarding a fight with Islam Makhachev. Now, we don't know if that's confirmed or not. I asked Jag, he said he doesn't know. So again, nobody really knows. But what I will say is that am I the only 7? Am I only 7? What do you mean? I don't understand what you mean by that. Like the only 7 people in here? Well, I don't know. Earlier, I had like 27 people at a time watching me train. So I guess, I don't know, man. Maybe I should just be an exercise workout channel since more people watch me train than actually hear me talk. But then again, you know, I do pretty good in the live streams as well. So crash and I'll subscribe. George, well, I mean, I'm not going to crash just so you can subscribe. It's not worth it. But what I will do is talk about some good MMA, maybe give you some good training advice depending on what type of sport relevance you're looking to get into. And maybe perhaps I could fancy you in some good conversations about the world, geopolitics, MMA, and everything in between. So if that's not good enough, then, you know, you don't have to subscribe. But I'm trying to do jiu-jitsu. Okay, great. Well, I do have a lot of workouts that are relevant to that particular set of sport. I have, you know, trained in jiu-jitsu before. I've competed in Muay Thai. I've competed in MMA. So I know a thing or two about that particular topic. Should I do that or continue wrestling? I'm going to say both, George Droid. I think it's good to do both. And the reason why I say that it's good to do both is because of the fact that wrestling helps you to have top control. Jiu-jitsu helps you to have not only submission offense, but also submission defense and defense from being controlled on the bottom position. So I think it's always good to do both on that end. Jagwan says, I got to go to bed. Have a good night, my man. Let me know what part of the world you are from. Obviously, it is probably like 9:35 right here in the West Coast. So, yeah, I think that's what it is. So yeah, with that in mind, there's not really much to say about Islam Makhachev or Ilia Topuria. There hasn't been any confirmed announcement yet. But what we do know is that Justin Gaethje seems to be the most logical step in the career of Islam Makhachev. And the reason being is for the simple fact that nobody is beating Justin Gaethje. He's beaten Fiziev twice. And Dustin Poirier has beaten Benoit Saint-Denis, and he's already been beaten by Islam Makhachev. So there's really nobody left other than Justin Gaethje and Ilia Topuria. Anything less of that is uncivilized for the legacy of Islam Makhachev. George Droid said, but I don't really like wrestling. You know what? And that is the reason why you should do it. You see, wrestling is the toughest sport in all of combat sports. And let me tell you why. Because when it comes to wrestling, there is no taking breaks, right? It is a constant pressure, constant grind, and a constant struggle for your lactic acid buildup in your muscles. Whereas with boxing, kickboxing, and other striking sports, and maybe even jiu-jitsu and judo, there's a rest period that you can take and breathe a little bit. Whereas with wrestling, it is such a high anaerobic pace that it makes it the most difficult combat sports. And therefore, if you can do that, and if you can push in that particular pace, guess what? You're going to be a lot more dangerous than your opponent. So that is why I say that it's always good to do both. One or the other is incomplete. Like, for example, if you just do wrestling, well, you're just a guy that can grind people but will be susceptible to submissions. If you do just wrestling, well, you can submit people, you can hope that somebody makes a mistake, but ultimately, with somebody who's a good wrestler and a good jiu-jitsu artist at the same time, what they're going to do is control you on the ground and possibly negate any possible submission, defense, and offense you have going on, and then control you throughout the whole entire time. So I hope that answers your question, and let me know what you think about that. For everybody else around the world that is tapped in, thank you for joining me. Thank you for tapping in. That is all that I have for you right now. Do not forget to like and subscribe. Watch from the beginning to end, and I will see you guys.
Story about Murphy. He was shot 9 times, 9 years prior to right after getting into a car accident and another life-ending experience, right? Which again speaks a lot to the durability of Lerone Murphy being shot in the neck, in the face. I want you to put that in perspective, okay? Because that is Lerone Murphy in a nutshell. And man, that is the craziest thing I have ever heard. But at the same time, I tell you what, it is the reason why he is a world-class fighter. Now with Josh Emmett, what's crazy about this guy is that he was a cop. Or was trying to be a cop. And by the way, I've trained with that team around Josh Emmett, TJ Dillashaw back in the days, Chad Mendez, Uriah Faber. That is what Josh was trying to do. He was trying to be a cop. So, yeah. He was trying to be a cop, and why isn't anybody talking about it in that kind of way, right? Maybe it's just not an interesting storyline, given the fact that they both come from 2 different worlds. Also, the fact that they're not really trash-talking each other in any kind of way, right? There's not a trash-talking scenario going on with Murphy or Emmett. It just seems like one of these fights where they're trying to get on with it. They're trying to get to the next level, and they are trying to just win the fight and not really take any of this personal. Now, that could be. But I think I like to create storylines, right? Because you look at all these cards that are being pumped into you every week, week after week after week, these UFC cards, you start to notice a bland feeling. like it's just a bunch of regional fights or this and that. And there's a good reason why you are thinking that. There is a good reason why you are thinking that these fights are getting bland week by week, and it's by design. Because what they are trying to do is saturate content due to the fact that they were given a contract with ESPN to put out a certain amount of content within a certain time of the year. So in other words, the motivation for ESPN was to build a library. And as such that they built a library, now they have content to push out all year round, right? They have content that they own. But I think ESPN now, maybe they are starting to second guess, what is it? What is in it for them? What is in their best interest staying with the UFC? Is it really helping in any kind of a capacity? That is the question that ESPN has to ask itself. And as such, UFC also has to look for different partners, which, by the way, leads me to the conversation of WrestleMania 41 and UFC 314. Now, I found it really interesting that the dates between those two events are 1 week away from each other. And I think there's a design behind that. And if you think otherwise or disagree, you let me know in the comment section below. But obviously, I think they are accommodating for each other because guess what? We are in an era where the UFC and WWE are now one and the same. They are the same company. They may work in two different competitive fields, one being professional wrestling, the other being professional mixed martial arts. But they are operating in a decompartmentalized manner that allows them to be a separate company as traditionally as what we would know it to be, but also a company that is holding traditions to what we know as the competitive architecture of martial arts in the UFC, for whatever that means. Because now you would probably imagine that this would push a much more entertainment-driven level agenda when it comes to picking #1 contenders and championship matchups. And that is really the reality of the UFC right now, as it is in a relationship with the WWE. Going into UFC 314, I think that it's really interesting that we got Diego Lopez as the #1 contender, and deservingly so. He's been knocking everybody out. He's been taking out the top contenders. He deserves to be in a position where he's at. With Volkanovski, I'm a little bit skeptical because I'm going to be honest with you. The one guy that I wanted to have the title shot for the 145 division here was Movsar Evloev. And my man here saying, can you share your thoughts on why you think Bill Cosby is innocent? Dos Hermanos says, Subhanallah, and Love Bug says, can you share your thoughts on why you think Bill Cosby is innocent? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if he's innocent, man. You know, I don't know if I would absolutely take that. Yeah, I don't know if I would take that position. Bill Cosby, it is not far-fetched that he would absolutely do that. You want to know why? Because Bill Cosby is a powerful man who, by the way, has leverage over these people. And you also got to understand that when he reaches a certain age, when we all reach a certain age, you're not exactly going to be the biggest Casanova out there, right? So you have to try underhanded tricks in order to get your way with whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish in those terms, right? And that's exactly why it's not far-fetched that Bill Cosby is guilty. Because many people of Hollywood status of his time yeah, conducted themselves in that same kind of manner. All right, y'all. We're going to get back to that video after these fights, all right? We got a fight coming up right now. We got Torrez Finney taking on Robert Valentin. It's live right now, and we are on and ready to cover it right now. The fight is about to start. 10-0 Torrez Finney, the first fight of the main card of the evening. A very big middleweight, 10-0. All right, so here we go. Round number 1 is about to start. All right, round number 1. Both guys squaring up. The one thing that is very prominent to notice here is the height advantage of Valentin. But nonetheless, very powerful frame of Torrez Finney. Sort of that quintessential shorter man, but powerful, stockier guy. And look at this, using it to his advantage in terms of shooting down for a double leg takedown. And you're seeing the wrestling strength of Finney right now, irregardless of the height that Valentin has, and then takes him down just a little bit gently right here. But once again, still going for that double leg attack towards Valentin. Valentin trying to fight it out with some elbows on the cage, still gets taken down in the process. Very powerful wrestling display for Finney right here. Now, I got to tell you, if John Jones is going to fight Tom Aspinall, this is the way that he has to do it. He's got to do it in a way where, you know what, he's going to shoot in straight away, take away any height advantage that Tom Aspinall has. Because historically, some of the biggest problems that I've seen out of John Jones was with opponents that were a little bit taller or just as tall, and being able to use such footwork to mitigate whatever danger that they bring with the speed advantage. And Tom Aspinall certainly has that. Well, what's the best way to neutralize that? Is the wrestling. And Torrez Finney is doing exactly that right now in order to mitigate any danger that Tom Aspinall can offer you. And there it is. Now 2 minutes down into this fight, still maintaining that same position. Gets another takedown on Valentin. He's scoring these takedowns just about every time. All right, maintaining top control position on Torrez Finney right now. Looking to ground and pound his way into victory. But so far, good position on the half guard control on the part of Torrez Finney. Now, by this point of the fight, I'm sure that Robert Valentin understands that he's not beating this guy in the wrestling exchanges. And what Robert Finney needs to do the minute that he's able to get up is use his height and outbox him in any way that he can. In any way that he can, he needs to go in there and outbox him. There it is. He picks him up again. Just the sheer strength of Torrez right here. Now working on, he was working on a double leg. Boom, takes him down once again. All right, so very good wrestling on the part of Torrez Finney, really just dominating round one from bell to bell with the wrestling exchanges. He knew that the disadvantage that he was going to have was going to be in the jab exchanges of Robert Valentin, or maybe not. But either way, we will never know because of the wrestling that he has put on this round right here. Last 5 takedowns have been round one. Yeah, last 5 takedowns in his last fights, or in this fight. Okay, I think they meant in this fight. Okay, there's another takedown right here. So now he's got 6 takedowns already in the first round. All right, that is round one on the part of Finney right there. Just all Finney. You can't deny him of that round whatsoever, can you? All right, second round. Here we go. Round number 2. Torrez Finney versus Valentin. Now, first round, just constant takedowns, one after another, right? Will he rinse and repeat? I've told you guys about the rinse and repeat factor when it comes to MMA, and here's what I'm talking about. There it is. He knew that he could pick him up. He knew that there was a weakness there. Once somebody sees that, and they can see that they can take you down over and over and over again, they go back to that same technique. They go back to that same fake that they do. They go back to that same setup that they have been successful in, and they continue at it over and over again. Sometimes some guys don't learn their mistakes quick enough, and this is a great example of that right now. So now here's Finney right on top, 14, 410, 411, 409 of the second round. And Finney's just maintaining top position right now. And Valentin is trying to do something, trying to get a Kimura lock control here. But to the credit of Finney, really doing a very good job of maintaining top control position. Doesn't look like he's really trying to transition much. What he's doing is he's very comfortable just staying in this position right here. And now looks like Valentin's trying to look for something here, trying to defend and offend at the same time. The offend part is, look, he's trying to go for a triangle here. He's trying to get his legs into a figure 4 position right around there, but good job on Finney to recognize that. Now maintaining top control position as Finney is trying to do something here on the bottom position. While the referee is also sort of warning Finney for not putting his feet onto the cage, which, as you guys know, in many of these positions and exchanges is illegal. And if he doesn't get up, he's going to maintain this position for as long as he wants, if not this whole entire round. Oh, wow. Nice power bomb right there from the armbar attempt of Valentin, only to turn into a power bomb by Finney. Real Rampage Jackson, Ricardo Arona like from back in the Pride days.
word is there's some exciting new stuff waiting for us back at HQ. We've been there like forever. We should check it out.
Yeah, just wrestling on the part of Finney here, but Valentine's trying to maintain some sort of defensive posturing, but man, he's Finney is on him like white on rice right now. All right, well, that's the end of round number 2. Same as the first round, same as always. Once again, a rinse and repeat cycle for Finney. All right, so here we go. Third and final round. So like as I was saying, right, there's a rinse and repeat cycle that happens in MMA. And so far what we're seeing out of Finney is shoot in, get the takedown, maintain top control. Will we see more of the same in the third round? I'm anticipating that's what we're going to see. But I don't really see a finish at this point, right? Let me explain why. Okay, maybe there is, but I think Finney's going to take him down again right here. Look, he drives in, goes right into the cage. Now he's looking to take him down. Good defensive posturing on the part of Valentine, though, right here in the third round, just really trying to use the cage to not let himself get taken down again. But if Finney gets this takedown, rest assured this fight is over for Finney to win by decision. And there it is. He gets him down. He gets him down this time. Not as spectacular as the power bomb he had earlier, but it's effective enough. And once again, the rinse and repeat cycle that Finney is going to do. He's going to maintain top control position for the rest of the fight. And the finishing, I'm going to say there's a low chance of finishing right now. And the only reason why I say that is because of the lactic acid that I know Finney has built up. Well, a lot of people don't understand that are untrained. A lot of these exchanges right here really take a toll on your body. So when people say, well, why doesn't this guy just go for a finish or this and that? this is the reason why. There's a lot that's going on right now. You can see the sweat that's coming off of the back of Finney right now. The defense that Valentin has to do, I doubt he's going to have the knockout power to really put it on him right now. And if you look and you notice, a lot of his shots are labored at this time right now with just 3:15, 3:14 left into the third round. And they got back right up into the cage again with Finney looking to grind him out into a decision, which is ultimately what is going to happen in this fight. Now, here's Valentin right here doing a very good job of maintaining defensive posturing. Look at this. He's looking for a Kimura right here, but the leverage for Finney is just too strong right now. Okay, now he's trying to get out, but Finney is maintaining a single leg position right here, really putting 2-on-1 on the legs of Valentin right now. But Valentin, once again, in the cage side, looking to stuff these takedowns with 2:30 left into the round. And once again, I'm anticipating that this is going to be a decision victory for Finney. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to write unanimous decision by Finney right here as this fight is about to end. I even have it right on the timestamp already because I don't see anything that is going to remain different from round one to round, from the beginning of the round to the end of the round of the third round, rather. So we got about less than 2 minutes left, and we're going to make a breakdown of this fight. So far, 8 out of 16 takedowns completed by Finney. 8 out of 6. What a lot of people don't understand is these are a lot of takedowns to do, and it really does take a toll on you, especially when it's constantly being defended. Speaking of Emmett and Team Alpha Male, the first time I ever trained at Team Alpha Male, we did a King of the Hill wrestling drill, right? I have Kenneth Alexander, former WEC vet, who can vouch for this, right? I literally took down 7 guys at the same time before somebody came and took my back and claimed that it was a takedown, some little jiu-jitsu nerd or whatever, right? But whatever. 7 guys, man. I went through 7 guys. It takes a lot, man. It takes a whole lot of toll out of you, especially when the other person is defending these takedowns. So keep that in mind. All right, we got about 40 seconds left into this fight. And once again, the anticipation of Finney getting a decision win on this one, just as I said, it's a rinse and repeat cycle over and over again. And here's Valentin right now, really just trying his best to whatever it is that he can do for this moment of time. All right, pushing him down. Nothing to that effect. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that is the end of the round. So, all right, here we go, guys. Let's do the breakdown of this fight, which we're going to anticipate, obviously, an easy win for Finney. He had about 9 out of 17 takedowns in this fight, maybe even more, right? Just the constant takedowns from round 1, round 2, and round 3. Now, obviously, Robert had a plan to come in here and box this man using his height, but the stockiness of Finney really works to his advantage as a wrestler. Just grinded his way into a victory into this fight. Just unstoppable with the takedowns. Robert did what he could, okay? He stopped the takedowns as much as he can, but by the end of the day, it was too much. And the superior grappler out of the two showed out of Finney, and it was all that she wrote. It was all that she wrote. It was a rinse and repeat cycle that I had said. Sometimes a fighter gets into a rhythm of a fight, what I call a rinse and repeat cycle, where they really start to understand that, hey, you know what? I can take this guy down over and over again, and he's not going to be able to do anything about it. I know the techniques, the entry points, and the setups to get there. So why not go do it over and over again? Because at that point, whatever adjustment that person needed to do should have been done before camp, and it would have been too late from then on. So congratulations on the part of Finney with that win. On to the next fight. Here we go. More powerful in the black community, Bill or Diddy? I'm going to say Bill Cosby, because what P. Diddy encompasses is only the, let's say, hip-hop mainstream, anything hip-hop related, and then on top of that, maybe even the support of some gangster factions around the United States, right? Because let's not forget that P. Diddy once had affiliations with the Southside Crips of Compton back in the Biggie and the Tupac beef days. So let's not forget that. But when it comes to Bill Cosby, what he encompasses is the mainstream level that the majority of black folks can look up to. So in other words, if you have people that are, let's say, how do I say this, the cock calling type, you know, they're going to be supportive of Bill Cosby because he speaks for the mainstream version of the black community, and as such, many people are going to take up that position. So yes, I think naturally it is only right to say that Bill Cosby has a lot more pull in the community than P. Diddy does, which, by the way, leads me to the segue of Conor McGregor, for example, right? He has a lot of pull in the MMA world. Now, he is extending that into the BKFC world, but I think there's a part of Grand Illusions that is going on with Conor McGregor at the current moment of time, saying that he's going to win and become the president or the prime minister of Ireland, depending on what is their insignia called to their world leader over there, right? So does Conor McGregor have a chance to win? My skeptic eyes are immediately going to say no. But at the same time, who am I to say no if you look at the current president that we have right now for the second time, having a 45 and a 47 to his name, be able to do it twice? A man with his background and his popularity and his richness was able to get him to the White House. Why not somebody like Conor McGregor? Well, the only pushback that my skeptical eyes has on that matter is the fact that Conor McGregor is not a trained politician in any kind of way. I don't even know if he's a trained businessman or has anything to that effect. What I do know is that Conor McGregor, like most hyper-aggro males, are very impulsive with their emotions, as am I, which is why I would never ask of myself to become a world leader, because that position should be held by somebody who has a high emotional state of mind and a good conscience of the best interest for everybody that he serves. Now, the problem with that particular scenario is it doesn't fit Conor McGregor in any kind of way. So that has to beg the question, does this man really deserve to be where he's at. So let me hear what he has to say here. Great insight. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Asking because I'm not from America. Okay, shout outs to Love Bug. Let me know what part of the world you guys are from while you guys hit the like and subscribe button as I give you guys some of the most honest takes there is in the world of MMA, in the world of geopolitics, and quite frankly, also in the world of everything else that deals with violence. So here it goes, right? On the title, I mentioned send 2 to 3 years in Dagestan and forget. And by the way, don't forget to like and subscribe because we are also going to talk about the main event between Josh Emmett versus Lerone Murphy. As a matter of fact, hold on just a second. So where were we? Yes. Send 2 to 3 years to Dagestan, forget. Why is this phrase popular? Because a lot of people now are starting to realize that when it comes to MMA, you really need wrestling. There's no ways around it. I've known many people all throughout my years of training and being in some of the most top-level gyms in Sacramento is that the main thing that people hate the most is like what you normies and bodybuilders like to say, leg day, right? Don't skip leg day. Well, what is leg day in wrestling? What is leg day in MMA? It is wrestling. It is the leg day of MMA, and by goodness, you definitely need your legs in order to perform in a wrestling stance, to constantly get low in positions and being able to shoot in on somebody. This right here is a consummate reality of what you need to do in order to be successful in MMA. Can I list the names that sort of fit that bill? Okay, George St. Pierre, Matt Hughes before him. And then after George St. Pierre, it was Johnny Hendricks. After it was Johnny Hendricks, obviously it was Robbie Lawler. He sort of has a brawling style that was evolved from being a seasoned mixed martial artist. And then after that, you move on to Tyron Woodley. After Tyron Woodley, it is once again a wrestler, Kamaru Usman. So wrestling is one of the main focal points of MMA if you want to be successful. Let's see, Lovebug says, Speed is transitioning to MMA. Do you think he will do well? Speed. Oh, okay, you're talking about the streamer Speed. Well, I tell you what, I think question, and I'm going to tell you why that's a great question. I'm going to give you a great intake, a good take on that particular matter. I was going to say intake, but yeah, I guess I'm going to intake the question and eat it up and, yes, give you my take on the matter. I don't know. But okay, so when I look at Speed, the streamer that you are talking about, I say to myself, wow, you know what? This is an extremely athletic kid. So to answer your question, Lovebug, does Speed have a great transition to MMA? I would say yes, just based on the athletic ability alone. Now, here's the thing you got to understand about MMA, right? MMA is a sport where you can literally get away with a lot if you are athletic, okay? If you are athletic, you can get away a lot. You can get away with a lot of technical mistakes in MMA. So why do I say that? Well, take for example Francis Ngannou. He obviously learned wrestling. After Francis Ngannou learned wrestling, he then was able to show a lot of his knockout power. And as a result of being able to show his knockout power, he was able to have a mistake cleaner. What do I mean by a mistake cleaner? Meaning that if he makes mistakes on the wrestling, he gets taken down continuously and he gets even out-jabbed or out-kicked in the fight. This Francis Ngannou he has that bomb, right? So it's always good to have that one weapon that you can rely on in a fight, especially if, let's say, you are outmatched in a technical matter. Now, when you look at Speed, he obviously lives up to his name, right? I saw him in a video. Now, I don't know how real or how fake this is or how much of a work Usain Bolt was putting in, but he actually did very well against the fastest man in the world. So this is an extremely athletic kid. So can he make it into MMA is your question. My answer is yes. He's extremely athletic. If he can use his mind and his speed to go along with the techniques that he is learning, he's going to be a very dangerous opponent for many people. And let me tell you, by looking at speed, maybe he could fight in the 125 division. That's great. You know, maybe we'll have somebody for Pantoja to fight who is at a celebrity status level, and then all you would really realistically need is have him fight 2 or 3 real top pros, and if he does good, he obviously advances. But that's all depending on if you are his manager or how long you would want him to develop or slow down a bit. I guess the choice is yours in that particular. All right, so here we go. Next fight coming up right now. We got the next fight coming up right now, and we got Luis G versus Ode Osbourne. Right at the 4-hour and 30-minute mark of this live stream. So here we go. All on the timestamp right now. Here we go. Ode Osbourne taking on Luis G. Jason Herzog is the referee of this fight. All right, here we go. Round 1. High kick right there by Luis. Flyweight fight. So you're going to be expecting a lot of speed to come along with this one. Speaking of speed, in that video that I was just speaking on in the past live stream, low kick right there. There's some high kicks right there by Osbourne. Ooh, good shots right there. So Ode's really looking to be patient, but at the same time, very wiry, right? Very wiry in the way that he sort of moves and whatnot. Again, very modern in the striking patterns that you see in MMA right now, doing a lot of feints and fakes, which, by the way, has been really underutilized in earlier days, but now really evolved with the new fighters. Oh, nice high kick right there by Osbourne. Yeah, Goulet definitely has to move a little bit forward to do something different. There's a takedown attempt. Ooh, nice throw by Goulet. Just throws him around. Now he's in the half guard. I'm sorry, the side control position on top of Ode Osbourne, with Luis maintaining top control position right now as Ode Osbourne's trying to get up. All right. So after that slam, has really just maintained top control position on Ode Osborne right now. All right. So Goulet's doing a very good job maintaining this top control position right now. All right. That's the end of round one. All right. Round two. All right, here we go. How about that? That Gary versus Protest fight is going to be a banger. It's going to be taking place in Kansas City. Oh, good fake right there. Oh. Oh, wow. Ode just rocked him right now. Ode's looking to finish right now. Ode is looking to finish. Okay, that is it. Ode finishes him. Ode finishes him. What a finish by Ode, man. All right, so let's get to it, right? Ode getting that finish, that literally came out of nowhere. That literally came out of nowhere. But I tell you what, being the more proficient striker out of the two, eventually Goulet was going to make a mistake here. He was able to capitalize off of that mistake, and that was all she wrote from there. So great job on Ode. I mean, the speed was just too much for Luis, and Ode capitalized on it, and great win. And on to the next fight. Here we go. Yeah, great finish, man, considering there wasn't really a lot of finishes tonight. So great win on Ode Osborne. In the meantime, while we get this Octagon interview, let me get this video going for you guys. We're back. He said that he trained under ATT after his tour. He will train with ATT. That is a great team to train with. Now, the age-old question, which kind of brings us into the 2 years at Dagestan and forget conversation, right? The age-old question, is it better to train with a team that is a big name like that, or is it better to train with a team that is a smaller gym, but mainly focused on you and your development? Because there is a difference, okay? Training at ATT, they're going to have a lot of guys that are fighting in the UFC, that are fighting in Bellator, that are fighting overseas, that are fighting in regional shows. They got it all. They got it all. Asking where, that's, I'm not even going to answer that. But I think that the focus is not going to be mainly on him. At least not with the top coaches. Think about it. Look at Matt Brown. Don't you think that Matt Brown, the top head coach of ATT, he's going to have his hands full with different fighters and different implications of rankings, different implications of their regional careers and things of that nature, right? So as a result, it's going to be problematic for Speed in getting attention. What I would have recommended for Speed, if I was his manager, is say to him, hey, you know, you need to train with a gym that is going to be mainly focused on you. Or you know what, better yet, here's what you do. Use all the money that you have, because you would imagine that obviously Speed is a very rich streamer, right? This is why we know him. This is why we are talking about him. Real Band Kev asks, what are you? I don't understand what the question is. But what I am is I'm a Muslim. So that's the best way I could really put it. I'm a Muslim that has martial arts experience and has a YouTube channel that talks about mixed martial arts and everything in between. So yeah. Yeah, not to get off track, but what were we talking about prior to that? Oh yeah, the attention that Speed gets at ATT. Okay, so he's not going to get a lot of attention in ATT. What I would tell him to do is hire a bunch of fighters and a bunch of coaches, make them coaches, and on top of that, hire a nutritionist and a team that is living with you and that is mainly focused just on you. That's your team, right? Training with ATT is great. Obviously, it's great for beginners. He's going to get a lot of different looks in there, but then you got to think, is that going to damage him, or is that just going to give him the fastest wake-up call that he needs if he wants to fight at the highest level? Because he's a very athletic dude. Make no mistake about it. And remember, athletic dudes in MMA can get away with a lot. It's what I call the mistake cleaner, right? They make a mistake, there's a cleanup crew to follow up, which is usually their knockout power, or in this case, his speed, i.e. speed, right? Hence the name of the streamer. But I am located in California, my man. West Side, California. But on any regard, the main event between Josh Emmett and Lerone Murphy. Look, I think Josh Emmett has a lot of wrestling. Okay, very good wrestling, because it's one of the things that we emphasize out here in Sacramento in Team Alpha Male. So for those of you that are wondering where I am, right? I wonder if the wrestling is going to be too much for Lerone Murphy. Now look, Lerone Murphy can kickbox. He's got good, well-rounded skills as well, right? I really believe that he can do a little bit of everything. But will the wrestling of Josh Emmett be too much? And that is a question. But yeah, for those that wonder, Josh Emmett wanted to be a cop before, right? This is the thing. There's a lot of people that are in a certain demographics that, let's say, are more supportive of cops than the other, right? Let's just be honest about that. Like, for example, if you live in a certain neighborhood where it is gang-ridden and things of this nature, the cops are going to look at you in a certain light and are going to sort of view you as a threat in some kind of capacity. And as such, you're going to be treated in that particular matter. And while being treated in that particular matter, you're going to grow resentment and distrust towards the police force or anybody that is around you, right? That is of authority figure of that degree. So, of course, naturally, you're not going to trust cops. You don't want to be around them. You don't want to talk to them. And then on top of that, you definitely sure as heck don't want to join them. Now, Josh Emmett, obviously, he grew up in a different environment, right? He grew up in Sacramento, but he was a law-abiding citizen like most people of that particular demographic. So they feel the need to serve because, let's be honest, right? Why is it that the majority of the armed forces or the police force are of a certain demographics? Well, let's be honest. Their ancestors were the ones that sort of forged this land in a way of building its government and building its system. And as a result of that matter of fact of being, you know, the inheritors of that system that they created, they feel the need and compellingness to defend it. And also service it, which is why the majority of people that you see in the armed forces and in the police force are of a certain demographics. I mean, I'm sure that's not really groundbreaking for a lot of you people, right? What did he say here? Why did Dana punch his wife in public? I don't get it. Love bug. That's a very good question to ask. Why did Dana do that? Well, here's the thing, right? There's a lot of things that go on behind closed doors with many of your favorite athletes. I swear to you, this is something that I know and understand, being around PR media and things of that nature, and being around mainstream professional sports, not just MMA. Being around all of that, there are things and famous people do behind closed doors that would shock many people. I swear to you, that is the God honest truth. But what happened with Dana White happened in the public eye, denounced to him whatsoever. So understand the difference, okay? Dana White really had no idea whatsoever that all of that was going to happen. He had no idea that he was being recorded. So you can say that Dana White got exposed. You can say that Dana White got lucky or unlucky. The bottom line is Dana White was in Mexico, granted, in a place where maybe a few people can recognize him. But then again, he's such a famous figure in the world of MMA, he is MMA. Let's be honest about it. Dana White is MMA. I mean, to say anything less is really a disservice to Dana White's reality, okay? So with that in mind, he got away with it. He got away with it even by being exposed. Why do you think is a great replacement for Dana once he's retired? Who is a replacement for Dana White once he retires? That's a very good question. I would have to say that it has to be a fighter, okay? It has to be a fighter that is going to be unbiased to everybody. You got to understand that. That is the main thing that you have to take into consideration here. Biased. Because if they are biased to any degree, I think that it will compromise the competitive architectural integrity of the UFC. It really will. It will affect its reasoning of matchmaking, and not only that, it will affect the careers of others that would be unfair to the competition field at hand. So yeah, so let's try to understand it from that particular perspective. So more talk on this particular matter at hand with Josh Emmett and Lerone Murphy. So I remember that one Lerone Murphy fight with Zubaira. That was in the Dustin Poirier versus Khabib card, if you guys remember. Not to be mistaken with the Islam Makhachev card, okay? Not to be mistaken with Dustin's recent fight with Islam, but with Khabib in 2019 in Abu Dhabi, okay? And I remember that fight very well. So as a result, that fight ended up being a draw. But prior to the fight, I got to tell you, I was really excited for it because I'm looking at this and I'm like, man, look, you got these two real gangster type of dudes in MMA. Zubaira, a Chechnyan, Dagestani gangster, and then you got Lerone Murphy, who is this British top boy looking type of figure come to real life in MMA. Sort of like the quintessential reminder of Lee Abraham Murray. You guys remember that guy? That guy was an absolute psychopath, okay? That's who Lerone Murphy, I mean, I'm not saying he's a psycho, but he's a gangster, bro. And it's very intriguing to see a guy like that in the UFC. So yeah, him and Zabira went to a draw. And I think it kind of shows the well-roundedness of Lerone Murphy, but it also shows the type of level of pace that he is willing to operate in just so long as he can coast, right? I think, I don't know, man. It kind of reminds me of someone who's a bit of, you know, a fighter who likes to coast, a coast type of fighter. Let me read what this says right here. They're more likely to be biased due to the controls of share owners and owners. Okay. Are DDP married to his coach? Lovebug says. DDP, no. I think that, yeah, he does a lot of, you know, suspect things, which, by the way, I think is just, you know, within line of his culture. It's not to say that he is homosexual in any kind of way or leans in that direction. Not at all, right? But to the Western mindset, it's absolutely not something I would do. I'm sure that if you're from in that same mind frame, it's not something that you would engage upon. But when you are this guy, this is what you do. They look at it as normal. They don't look at it as GAY in any kind of way. But I don't know. For me, I think. All right, so we will get back to that. We got Gerald Meerschaert taking on Brad Tavares right now. This is a pretty good matchup that we got in front of us right now. Very intriguing matchup, actually. At 185, Brad Tavares has been there. He's been, you know, sort of in and out in that particular weight division, right? Gerald Meerschaert, the same thing. At one point, he had the most submissions, which, by the way, sort of had to force Khamzat to knock him out. You know, so. But yeah, speaking of knockout and boxing, Gerald Meerschaert's looking like Alexander Usyk right now. All right, here we go. Double jab started by Tavares straight away. All right, real fast hands on the part of Brad Tavares here. Oh, good shot right there. All right, now it's stuck in the underhook position right now. They both break away. Good disengagement right there. Oh, good punch right there by Brad Tavares. Good shot right here by Gerald Meerschaert. All right, there's a good front kick by Tavares. Oh, there's a good 1-2 shot right there by Tavares. Again, sort of following the Khamzat blueprint, right? Khamzat knew better than to try and, well, I mean, I'm sure Khamzat could handle himself on the ground, but the surest way of getting Gerald Meerschaert was knocking him out. And I think Brad Tavares is sort of looking for that same line of thinking right now. Oh, there it is, man. Brad Tavares is getting the best of these exchanges right now. All right, very careful striking on both of them right now, but more so very technical on the part of the Hawaiian Brad Tavares here. Okay, what about just 1 minute left into this round? I'm going to give this round to Tavares to win. First round, he's got this one. Oh, he rocks him back on that one. Really snaps his head back on that shot. Oh, that's a good one. There's a nice high kick right there by Gerald Meerschaert. All right, that's the end of round one. Round two coming up. Yeah, round one easily goes to Brad Tavares. Anybody have it anything different than that? All right, yeah. There's the WWE commercial right there from the UFC. I am going to be covering that. So be sure to tap in for that one, guys. Oh, yeah, man. The firepower of Brad Tavares is a lot for Gerald Meerschaert right now. All right, trying to walk down Gerald Meerschaert on that one. Or I'm sorry, Brad Tavares trying to Gerald Meerschaert trying to walk down Brad Tavares on that one. All right, so far, yeah, still no different than round one. Brad Tavares doing a very good job hitting those shots in and just making Gerald Meerschaert miss as he's just lunging in on these shots. Oh, good overhand right there by Brad Tavares. It's a good front kick. Good leg kick by Brad Tavares right there. Oh, good uppercut by Brad right there. Okay, now just maintaining this clinch position right now. Yeah, Meerschaert really looking like Usyk. And then there's 3 for 3 on takedown defense by Brad Tavares so far. But he's not looking like Usyk boxing-wise just by appearance. Oh, okay. He caught Brad Tavares in that one. Brad Tavares sort of just walked through it. "40 seconds left into the second round. Oh, he just rocked him back once again. Yeah, I'm going to have to give this one. This is 2-0 Brad Tavares on this one. This is 2-0, hands down. All right. And that is the end of the round. It's coming down to the final stretch of the round right there. All right. So on to the next one. All right, round 3. Gerald Meerschaert has to do something very different here. He has to do something very different here. All right, third round. Here we go. Third and final round. Low kick starting out by Brad Tavares. Once again, they meet in the middle with Brad Tavares getting the best of these exchanges with these straight shots. 450, 449, 446. Okay, now, all right. So here's something a little different from Gerald Meerschaert. Trying to get the takedown in this. He's got a body lock around Brad Tavares. All right, so now Gerald Meerschaert is maintaining this body lock position. Bit of a stalemate. Brad Tavares is sort of just coasting. I don't know if he knows that he's winning this fight, but don't count Gerald Meerschaert out. He could submit you from any of these positions, if not finish you in some kind of capacity. You never know. But my official prediction, it's going to be Brad Tavares by unanimous decision after 3 minutes of this. That's my prediction. Yeah, this is the only control really that Gerald Meerschaert was able to imply in this fight. Other than that, it was all Brad Tavares' boxing. It was his crisp hands. And every time they went in exchange right down the middle of the pocket, it was Brad Tavares' straight shots that were just firing shots and hitting Gerald Meerschaert where he needed to be hit. And right now, Gerald is just holding on to as much as he can. And I don't know if this is going to be enough to really win this fight for him. As for Brad Tavares, all he has to do is just break away from this clinch exchange and continue striking to really solidify the fight for him. So we have 145, 144, 143. Just about under 90 seconds left into this fight. And Gerald Meerschaert is still trying to maintain single, he's trying to maintain a single leg right here. Okay, wow. The referee breaks it up, calling for a stalemate. Now they're back out in the open, squared up with just about 1 minute left into the third round and 1 minute into this whole entire fight. So now this fight is officially less than 60 seconds. Okay, nice front kick by Gerald Meerschaert there. Yup, and Brad Tavares gets this victory right here with ease. No doubt about it. I'm putting this on the timestamp straight away. There it is, 10 seconds left, and we got Brad Tavares for the win on this one. And with just about less than 60 seconds, we're going to go into the breakdown of this fight. $20 seconds left. We're going to break down this fight. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so here we are. End of the fight. We got Brad Tavares winning by unanimous decision, hands down. In the third round, great job on Gerald Meerschaert for maintaining a body lock, eventually for Brad Tavares to break away. But that was really the highlight of Gerald Meerschaert's fight against Brad Tavares. As for Brad Tavares, every time they were exchanging right down the pocket into the middle, he was throwing those straight shots and just really getting the best of those exchanges within those inside pockets in the middle of the octagon. His jabs, his hands was just too quick. His kicks were always on point. And he had a great takedown defense for a while. If not the whole entire fight, his takedown defense was great. So ultimately, this whole entire story is the speed of Brad Tavares, his takedown defense, and his striking proficiency that he's always had throughout his whole entire career. Great job on Brad Tavares. World-class level. And there it is. That was all she wrote. Great job on Brad Tavares. On to the next fight. To the things that DDP does. So, yeah. I don't think he's married his coach, but he certainly acts like it in a certain degree. But okay, so check this out, right? I think this fight with Emmett and Lerone Murphy is going to go 5 rounds. Now, who is going to win those 5 rounds? Listen to this. It's all going to be predicated on who the judges are going to be that night. I swear to you, that's how the fight is going to go. It's going to go to a judge's scorecard. I think there's going to be a lot of even scenarios here. Although I do see a knockout scenario, but only for Lerone Murphy, because Josh Emmett, I mean, he's been put down a few times, and Lerone Murphy, not really. I would send both my kids to Dagestan for 5 years and forget, Chris Rain says. And you know what? And if you do that, I think that they would come back a whole lot more proficient in wrestling. And I think that part of their game will absolutely grow in high exponential levels, right? Now, depending on how they maintain that, obviously they may come back to America or Europe or whatever part of the world you're from, and then they continue to develop that with different training partners and people that sort of challenge them in different avenues, such as jiu-jitsu. Now, here's the thing about jiu-jitsu that I think I really find fascinating. Obviously, there's a culture of jiu-jitsu that you see out right now with Craig Jones doing all of these things that are really suspect. And then you got situations where you got, what do you have here? You have, you now have the UFC sort of involving themselves in grappling competitions via using the UFC Fight Pass app, right, where they host the majority of their grappling fights. So now that has become an avenue for jiu-jitsu guys to go pro and make money. But at the same time, it's also given other UFC athletes a different avenue to compete in without the UFC's permission, because they allow you to do grappling competitions, but what they don't allow you to do is to have full-blown fights like Muay Thai or boxing unless they can help it and make money off of you, right? Or they sign off on it. So, Lovebug says, why is Israel engaging in bestiality? Man, I don't know. The Israelis have to, answer to that. After he getting exposed by saying he's gone downhill since. Yeah. And how about Kanye, right? A little side note, to talk about Kanye here. Here's something interesting that I could fill in about Kanye. He's getting canceled by a lot of people for displaying that particular symbol, right? And rightfully so. At the same time, what's going on with Kanye is that not only is he pissing off the minorities, not only is he pissing off people of the blue flag persuasion, okay? He's also pissing off white nationalists that stand on that particular symbol. I mean, if you think about it, him wearing a swass is a disrespect to the Nazis. And you know what? I think that he does see it that way, but I also think that he uses it as a way to slap in the face of the little hats. I think that's really the best way to put it. That's the reason why he does it. To antagonize, but not only to antagonize, but to also I guess in his mind, take power away from the symbol. But yeah, I think that he's offending certain white nationalists, because think about it like this, right? It would be similar to if you were mocking a gang member based on their persuasion, their ideology, and their swagger about them, right? Like, in other words, mimicking their manners to a certain degree. So, yeah, think about that. We got about probably 20 more minutes. We'll go for another 20 minutes or so. Maybe do about a full hour of this stream. Talk about a wide range of things in the world of MMA and in the world of professional boxing. Now, obviously, I try to fill in and talk about every subject that I have on the description. So we're going to talk about WrestleMania as it's been written on the description, right? So WrestleMania. I was born on the same day as WrestleMania 1, right? That's my exact birthday, okay? So, like everybody else, growing up in the 80s, born in the 80s, raised in the 90s, we were all wrestling fans, right? Hulk Hogan, DX, 123 Kid, and then NWO. The list goes on, right? We all are wrestling fans. And then what did he? Speedy recovery for John Cena. Oh my God, look who's on again. Darren Young. Yeah, shout out to Darren Young. So, okay, so back to the WWE talk now that Darren Young is here. So speaking of John Cena, I think that it's great that he decided to become a bad guy. And I'm going to be honest with you, this is really what got me back into wrestling, because prior to this, I stopped watching wrestling for a good 2 years, right? Because there was just too much MMA going on. And then on top of that, now I have decided that I'm going to cover MMA full time on YouTube. So now it's like there's no room to delve into professional wrestling. But you can't talk about the business of the UFC without acknowledging WWE. And that's really all there is to it. Who's your favorite wrestler? Darren Young says. My favorite wrestler of all time? Well, you know what? I'm going to have to go with Brock Lesnar, because obviously he's an MMA guy. On top of being an MMA guy, he was my favorite guy in the early 2000s era. I mean, if you think about SmackDown, right? And you think about how they marketed it back in the days. Brock Lesnar would be in the covers and this and that, and you would think, man, you know, this is a freak of a human being, and then he's beating The Rock, and then he's beating Hulk Hogan, and they're putting him over, right? So again, it was very exciting times. They sort of like marketed him as this, you know, Mike Tyson, young phenom type of figure. I like The Undertaker. Yeah, The Undertaker is cool too, and Kane. So yeah, man, I think John Cena ultimately brought me back to wrestling on that March 17th Raw episode. I saw that and I was like, you know what, man, this is the John Cena that we needed. And you know what? During the Vince McMahon era, Vince would have never pulled the trigger on John Cena being the bad guy. How do we pronounce your name? Kyrie Abu-El-Kir. That's the best way to put it. So Kyrie, like Kyrie Irving, and then Abu-El-Kir. Hope that's easy to remember. But yeah, I think that it probably brought a lot of fans back because, once again, Vince would have never pulled the trigger on John Cena being a bad guy because he was too comfortable with John Cena being the good guy. Okay, so while John Cena was the good guy, it was easy. It was very easy to just, I guess, live off of that money. All right, like, yeah, where he's a good guy, that's great. We can just keep going off of this and not have to worry about taking risk. I mean, he's great for the kids. All the kids buy his merchandise. In this era, they're like, no more. We're not going to have none of that anymore, right? We're going to have John Cena as the bad guy. We're going to let John Cena speak the way that he wishes to speak, and let's be politically incorrect about it, right? More of like the street wigger, version of John Cena. That's really the best way to put it, right? Raw, uncut personality that we brought out. And you know what? It was a great reflection that he's trying to put upon the audience. Because let's be honest, right? A lot of people out there are very negative about other people, about their circumstances, about other people's life circumstances. And that is literally what John Cena's message is between these storylines. And I think that that is Shakespearean brilliant to the max. Do you see Dean Ambrose and Dolph Ziggler ever coming back? I know that Dean Ambrose has not been in the WWE for a long time. I know that he transitioned over to AEW, and he's made a career there. So I don't know if he'll come back. But as for Dolph Ziggler, I didn't even know that he left. Last time that I watched before John Cena became a bad guy, I thought that he was there, so I never knew that he would even left. So remember, I'm just coming back now as a newfound wrestling fan, or somebody that has refound it again, for lack of a better term. But yeah, all right. So all raved combined. This is an Amish Muslim. He says an Amish Muslim. All raved combined. Both of them dispute with Vince. Races. They're not coming back. Yeah, I agree. They're not coming back. But once again, I think without now that Vince is gone, I think that the creativity went up, because what Vince was trying to do was just coast the entire time. He thinks that because many of you, like myself, who was literally born on WrestleMania 1, okay, thinks that he can just capture those fans without really trying hard. Now you look at Paul Levesque, Triple H, Stephanie, all these new people, all this new blood that's in the WWE with their new writers. All these guys, they really want to try and create the best story possible. So if there's any more great stories that you guys want to share, I got about a little over 15 minutes more before I sign off. and make it a complete hour with you guys. So we talked about WWE, we talked about UFC 314 briefly at least. We talked about this weekend's upcoming fight with Josh Emmett and Lerone Murphy, and a little bit of their backstory and their history and things of that nature. So what else is there? Dana White, we talked about Dana White and some good questions about Dana White and why he did what he did, especially with that infamous video in Mexico. Strawberry says, I'm going to donate $500. Oh man, that would be awesome, man. That would be great. But if you're going to do that, I want to be able to earn it, right? By talking about the best subject possible to really get this going. So now, okay, so we can talk about why the WWE ultimately is going to affect the UFC in terms of matchmaking. I think we've sort of talked about that. Where entertainment is always going to trump over title shots, even before all of this Saudi era, even all of this WWE era of the UFC. All right, here we go. Round number one. All right. Straight away, Cortavious going after it. Oh, look at this. Both of them going after it straight away. Here's the takedown attempt right now by Lee. Really looking to slow down the fast pace movement of the beginning of this fight. Wow, the Korean Khabib. What a name. Right, for a bantamweight Korean to have a name like that. There it is. He takes down Cortavious down there. He's in a full mount position now. Yeah, really good top full mount position right now. Let's see what he does with this position right now. All right, great job on the part of Cortavious. Now having the body lock position right on Lee. Okay, now goes and takes him down himself. Okay, he goes high right here. Okay, now he's right on top of Cortavious right now, ground and pounding away. Oh, what is this? He's looking for a choke. He's got the backside right now. Looking for a rear naked. Yeah, just really peppering those shots here and there, looking for him to make one solid mistake so that he can sink in that rear naked choke. All right, still maintaining this rear naked. Oh, he's really looking for it right here. He's looking for it. And look, Cortavious is bleeding profusely right now. Oh, okay, he got out, but now he's got him ground and pounded right now. Looking to ground and pound him with just 35 seconds left. Oh, wow, Cortavious really needs to defend himself here. But wow, this is great scrambles on the part of Cortavious. Really great ground awareness on his part right here. Now it is Cortavious that finishes top position in the first round. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Oh, there's a little pause in the action right there. Oh, yeah, there's a knee to the cup right there on that one. All right. Time in. Oh, wow. Just a head kick right there. Now, Cortavious has his back now. Really some good grappling exchanges in these fights right now. Oh, wow. He's looking for a rear naked choke right here. Oh, yeah. He's got a lock in his body. And then he's got to get a 2-on-1 towards his neck. And then try to hand fight him. Yeah, so great job on Lee to prevent that from happening. Oh, wow. What is this? He's got an arm bar right there. He's grabbing onto the arm. Looks like a very tight position. Okay, now he's got the back of Cortavious. Wow, man. They are really going back and forth with these scrambling exchanges. Okay, looking to finish right here. Wow, man. Yeah, there's a lot of ground strikes. 62. Wow. Just like that, he finishes Cortavious right there. Lee gets the finish right there. Lee gets the finish right there. Yeah, he gets the ground and pound finish on this one. All right. So hold on, let's finish. All right, so great back and forth between them, right? Great back and forth. So is this guy the Korean Khabib as they say that he is. I mean, that's a serious, serious claim to have, but nonetheless, deservingly so tonight, at least for now, right? Look, it was a good back and forth matchup, right? Now, to call himself the Korean Khabib, that's a serious, serious call to call yourself the Korean Khabib. However, the reason for that is because, look, man, Khabib is a very dominant figure in grappling. Now, in those exchanges, he looked vulnerable. Now, does that say a lot to the skills of Cortavious? For sure. But by the end of it, the grappling exchanges was really what made this fight, not the striking, which sometimes can really affect one course of the fight more than the other. Like one shot, all of a sudden, one guy that is winning is no longer winning. And yeah, that's all she wrote sometimes. And then from there, they get a finish. But very few times the grappling on both sides is the one that's determining the fight. Because you know what? On both sides, it could have gone either way. Cortavious could have easily gotten a submission, rear naked choke on him, just as easily as the other guy could have. It's just that this time it was Lee who was on top, remained on the top position, and got the win, got the finish. And as a result of that, that was all she wrote. On to the next fight. There's one thing that's always guaranteed. Oh, let's talk about Wes Watson. Okay, we could talk about Wes Watson in a minute. I understand that he's in serious trouble right now, right? I think that's the one thing that we can learn from Wes Watson is sometimes we got to learn to be humble. Because if there's one thing that Wes Watson wasn't, is that he wasn't humble. Not by a long shot, right? Like, he's one of those guys that really took the success to his head. And I think that it inflated his narcissism into a level that made him unrelatable to many people around him. But also it made him a huge target due to the fact that Wes Watson talks a big high power. Okay, but if you want to talk big high power, you got to be able to constantly prove it. Now look, there are others out there that know me in real life out here in Sacramento. No lie, I go and talk that high power. I'm like, man, whoever wants it, wants it. I'm ready for a fade. I'm ready for war. I'm ready for anybody at any time or any type of capacity that they want to bring to me. But you know what? Understand this. The man who stands on business all the time is the man who's not worried about people constantly attacking him, because he is the one who attacks first and leaves questions asked later, and that's that, right? So in other words, he gets the business done and everybody else just has to sit back and wait until somebody goes and violates them. Well, Wes Watson talks all that high-powered stuff, but in reality, he's the one that gets violated in every capacity there is. Okay? What did Darren here say? He said, Finn Balor, a completely sidelined, if I'm correct. I don't watch WWE regularly. Same here, Darren. I'm not sure either if Finn Balor is out. I think he has a very important matchup going on, but I don't know, man. I would think that's crazy. You know what? Here's the thing with the WWE, right? They do crazy stunts all week long. So that means they do it in Monday Night Raw, they do it in SmackDown, and then you got to think, maybe at some point you got to really go and conserve yourself for, the main shows, like the main pay-per-views, the main WrestleManias. There has to be a level of preservation in some kind of way. But I don't know, man. I just feel like the UFC has, the WWE just runs their wrestlers down to the ground. Or maybe they do something different now that Triple H is, yeah. Lovebug says, ONE FC is better than Bellator. Do you agree? You know what? There's a reason why ONE FC is great in Asia and why it does great in Asia. They're very unique. Okay, obviously they have a sizable Asian audience within that region and a big American hardcore martial arts fan base as well to consider. Okay, with that said, they are better. I wouldn't say, yeah, I'll say they're better than Bellator, because Bellator at best just looks like a regional product that has some stars and occasionally some competitive fights. And that's really the reality of that. Whereas ONE FC, it's a lot more creative. Obviously, they mix in Muay Thai cage kickboxing into the mix. So there's a lot more to offer. And not only that, it sort of complements the traditional martial arts competitions of Muay Thai in Asia through their innovations of a cage and even with MMA gloves, which makes it even more exciting. So they have a much more exciting, dynamic organization in that particular regard. So I think that they are unique and different in their own ways. What does he say here? Chatri matchmaking. You have to defend your belts even against your own team, maybe. I don't know about that, man. I don't know if Chatri is that extreme with it. I know Dana is sort of extreme with it. At some point, he wanted to get Josh Koscheck and Mike Swick and John Fitch to fight each other. At some point, yeah, they wanted to have them fight, but you know what? They never really get teammates to fight. I mean, there have been a lot of great teammates that fought, and I got a Chad Mendez. I'm sorry, not a Chad Mendez, a TJ Dillashaw and Cody Garbrandt story for you guys. You know, so stay tuned. Hold on just a second, okay? Need to get a few things done. I'm going to keep the stream going. Stay tuned. due to the fact that Khabib's wrestling is just so overwhelmingly good. And as a result of that, I think that it's going to be very difficult for Islam Makhachev to even get up or try to have any offense of any kind. So yeah, it would be very difficult, I would say, for Islam to defeat Khabib. But that's a very good question. I know that it's a question that not a lot of people would like to entertain, because quite frankly, if you ask Khabib or Islam themselves, they're going to tell you that they'll never fight each other. And I think that's good. Look, going back to the question earlier about Chatri matchmaking in a way that sometimes he makes you fight your teammates, or I don't know, you know, you're going to have to confirm with me to those that are a lot more tapped into, let's say, 1FC, right? Khabib will never do that. It's a loyalty thing, right? So the other age-old question is, what about Bilal versus Islam? Okay, those guys will never entertain that fight whatsoever. You know, understand that, right? That fight is never going to be entertained in any kind of capacity whatsoever. And reason being is because, look, take this into consideration, right? Bilal may come from a different world than Islam, but the fact that they train together, they know that the reason why their success is predicated on what they were able to do to each other in a training room. That's it. So that alone is going to give them loyalty and a die-hard motivation to never fight each other. So there are just some fights that you can't make. But in the meantime, you judge a man by what fights they are able to take. So speaking of which, I think breaking news, they mentioned that Jon Jones is willing to vacate for Tom Aspinall to finally be crowned the undisputed champion, right? Because he's been waiting for so long. And he said that he's also willing to come back and face the reigning champion when he comes back, if he comes back. John is taking us for a ride if you think about it. Harsh says Jon Jones is scared of Tom Aspinall. Look, so he certainly is. He absolutely is scared of Tom Aspinall. Let's not make any bones about it anymore, okay? There's no doubt about it that he is, because he knows that Tom is dangerous. We know that Tom is dangerous. We as hardcore fans and people who even train the sport, or people that know people that are in the sport or in the know of everything that's dealing with the sport, understands that he is a dangerous opponent for Jon Jones. And for Jon Jones to say otherwise is just face-saving mechanisms to try and make people forget. That's really all there is to it. So, you know, with that in mind, who is Tom Aspinall going to face now, right? Now that Tom Aspinall doesn't have Jon Jones to worry about, who does he need to worry about next? Right? Who is his next fight? Because just so I can pull up some information. Obviously, I'm doing a vertical stream on YouTube right now, so by the way, guys, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button as I talk more about the Jon Jones situation, which, by the way, is groundbreaking right now. When is Khamzat's next fight? Well, Khamzat's next fight is predicated on when Dricus du Plessis' fight is next. That's really all there is to it, because they promised Khamzat that he was going to win this fight. I'm sorry, that he was going to get this fight And it is just up to Drickus now to answer the call. Paradox says Kamzat. Okay, well, I mean that's your own interpretation of things. You know what I mean? Trying to make a light of Kamzat's name, Hamzat. All right, so here we go. The co-main event of the evening. Set to take place in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so the co-main event of the evening. Here we go, guys. What do we got at the co-main event of the evening? Joanderson Brito versus Pat Sabatini. And there's Joanderson now being announced, and Pat Sabatini now being announced, ready to center into the cage. '24-fight veteran Pat Sabatini, straight out of Philadelphia, just like our boy Joe Pfeiffer from last week. All right, so featherweight action, co-main event. Look at Pat Sabatini just looking chill and calm as a cucumber just right before he's about to start the fight. Again, looking really confident. Both men looking really confident, but Pat Sabatini looking extra confident as usual. Okay, nice high kick. Starts it off. 457, 456. There it is. Nice takedown by Pat Sabatini. Straight right into it. Gets a takedown. Right on top. All right, just maintaining top position right now for Pat Sabatini. Yeah, really good top control by Pat Sabatini. As soon as he got this takedown, he just maintained this position all throughout 3 minutes of this fight so far. Okay, good takedown by Pat Sabatini here. All right, still maintaining top control right now is Pat Sabatini. Yeah, that's the only thing that you can really say, right? He hasn't done any damage, but by the last seconds here, he's really trying to throw some hard shots to sort of compensate from an easygoing first round that he did. But great job. He took him down, held him down, and that's the name of the game by the end of the day. All right, we got round two coming up. Okay, round two. All right, a little hesitant on the handshaking there. Pat Sabatini really trying to maintain his distance while giving him the proper uh, handshake there. All right, Pat Sabatini going low, gets the shot. I mean, really flawless in the way that he approached this shot right here. Again, maintaining top control position right on the half guard position. Yeah, really great maintaining this position right on top. Although some can sort of view this as a bit of a stalemate. Yeah, it's still the same old with Pat Sabatini here, maintaining top control position. With these types of dominations, one of the most overlooked things are the submission defense of the guy that's taking it. Because obviously, if Pat Sabatini was such a dominant force, I mean, not saying that he is, no disrespect, right? But, he would have finished him. But again, the ground control time that he has here just is so significant that it's hard for you to see that. Okay, now Sabatini's looking to. All right, now on to the third and final round. He's got a little guillotine right here. Pat Sabatini is sort of showing he's got his hands up right here, giving a bit of a positive affirmation. You know, Pat's looking for a full mount position here, really trying hard for transition here. Yeah, so great performance by Pat, but once again, not the most definitive performance, is it? I mean, really. All right, just a minute left into the clock. Now he's got the full mount position. Wow, look at the ground control time right here. 4:30, 4:34, and 4 minutes in the third round. So that shows you that literally every round he was controlling this man. 30 seconds, we're going to get the full breakdown right now. Okay. All right. 10 seconds, and we're going to get to the breakdown. So here it is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So here's the breakdown of that fight between Pat Sabatini and Brito. Not much of a challenge, okay? Every single second of that fight, he was on top. The first round, he had 4 minutes and 30 seconds of ground control time. Round number 2, he had 4 minutes and 34 seconds of ground control time. The third round, at least over 4 minutes. So we're talking about 4, 8, 12, over 13 minutes of ground control time, which is literally the majority of the fight. Brito had no chance. And you know what? Here's the thing. A lot of people can look at this and say, hey, Pat Sabatini needs a finish if he wants to be a star. You're right. But a win is a win. And sometimes that's just what you have to do. And only time will tell if that's really what it took to take on somebody that, out of all we know, Brito could be a top contender later on in the future. Maybe Pat Sabatini could be a top contender later on in the future, but only time will emerge. I will say Georges St-Pierre has won fights exactly like this. It is what it is. That's just the reality of the game. But congrats to Pat Sabatini for getting it done either way. On to the next fight. Thumbnail for this live stream that I'm not doing right now. He pronounces it Hamzat, I believe, yes. And you know what? Magomed, just so you guys know, Magomed in the Dagestani dialect means Muhammad. It's like another way of saying, yeah, Muhammad. So just so you guys know. When Patty's going to fight a ranked fighter with a good ground game? Well, Michael Chandler is definitely the quintessential test to that. Although Michael Chandler doesn't like to wrestle as much, although I think that he would benefit a lot from doing so with Patty. But at the same time, Patty is absolutely dangerous on the ground. Okay, and that alone, I think, is going to present a lot of problems for Michael Chandler, right? So that's why I'm not surprised if, let's say, this fight ends up on the ground and he gets submitted. I could see a scenario where he gets submitted here. I'm talking about Michael Chandler. Yeah, he'll definitely get submitted in this fight. So make no mistake about that. Especially with the sloppiness that he may indulge in the ground, meaning that he's going to really do a lot of sloppy things, right? Because again, he doesn't really, at least in the recent times, hasn't really focused a lot of his wrestling in here. But again, it's always in his back pocket, so you never know. Live stream. Chandler seems a bit too worn for grappling now. Yes, Paradox. I think Oliveira F's up his knees or something. He looks hella old in that fight. True. Chandler prefers to stand and bang. Very correct. He doesn't care about winning or losing, just winning on bonuses. Old and rusty. Yes. Yes. Great observations, both Lovebug and Paradox on that one. Definitely. All right, now we got. Okay, now we got the. There we go. Now we got the thumbnail on and cracking with this one. So yeah, everybody, continue to hit the like and subscribe button, and let me take a look at the details here. What else did we talk about? Yeah, so 2 years and forget main event, the UFC 314. Yeah, let's take a look at UFC 314 here, okay? Volkanovski. Oh. All right, so UFC 314. What does scissors mean in fighting terms? What does scissors mean in fighting terms? I'm not sure what context you mean. Like if you mean like in a ground position or what. Okay, so let's take a look at this card with Murphy. What is the location to this card? This is going to be in Miami. Okay, so that's why Cedric Dubois was is in this card. Michael Olajochuk, Sue Bujari, Mitch Raguso, Tresson Gore taking on Marco Tulo. Okay, quite an interesting card. Nora Corneli taking on Haley Cowan. We're looking at the Dan Ige. How about Dan Ige taking on Sean Woodson, a very tall 145er, right? It's going to be an interesting matchup because Dan Ige is a grinder, right? Sean Woodson is very tall. He's going to look to use that range in this fight. We'll see how that pans out for him. Jan Jojan taking on Verna Jandarova. Okay, that's an interesting matchup. How about this? Jim Miller. Jim Miller's still in this against Chase Hooper. That's a good fight. That is a good fight. Darren Elkins, Sacramento's own Darren Elkins taking on Julian Erosa. That's a good card. These are good cards, man. These are good cards. Chase Hooper, Jim Miller, Darren Elkins, Julian Erosa, Dan Ige. And in the main card, obviously, you got Nikita Krylov. Okay, somebody to really look out for in the 205 division. What happened to Ariani? Are you talking about the ring card girl? I don't know if you're talking about a ring card girl or a fighter. Let me know in particular who. Jeff Neal taking on Carlos Prates. That's canceled. I think Carlos Prates is going to be in a Kansas City card with Ian Gary. Yair Rodriguez taking on Patricio Pitbull. So the age-old question, right? Does coming from the Bellator, being a legend and a championship fighter over there, how does that translate over here? Obviously, Michael Chandler also in this card set to sort of, prove that particular notion as well. Patty Pimblett, 20, and a ring girl. Yeah, I don't know. I don't keep up with them. But obviously, Alexander Volkanovski and Diego Lopez we had just talked about. So this week, obviously, we have Josh Emmett taking on Lerone Murphy. What is in the co-main event? We got Pat Sabatini taking on Joanderson Brito for the featherweight division. Okay, so Cortavious Romious taking on Lee Chang Hoi. Kennedy Njechu, okay, a ranked heavyweight now taking on Martin Buday, 14-2. Martin Buday looking to get a ranking out of this fight right here. Brad Tavares, here's a good one against Gerald Meerschaert. Torres Finney taking on Robert Valentin. That's a good fight right there. Adi Osborne taking on the undefeated Luis Guruli. So that's an interesting fight. You got an undefeated prospect taking on the veteran Adi Osborne. And then what do you got here? You got David Grant taking on Daniel Santos, bantamweight division. Diana Belbiţă taking on Diane Barbosa. Rhys McKee, how about this? One of Kamzat's first fights in the UFC taking on Daniel Frunza. Looma Lookboonmee, I believe this is a Thai fighter. Yes, this is a Thai fighter. So interesting, right? One of the first few Thais to actually make it in the UFC, which is interesting because They made Muay Thai, but Muay Thai doesn't always translate well into MMA. Obviously, this is a Muay Thai type of fighter right here. So let's see how she does against Isla Nunes right here. This is going to be an easy win for her. Isla Nunes is a 50-50 fighter at best. Let's see where she is coming off of. Here, let's see. She fought Molly McCann. It's been on a losing streak as of late. So obviously this is Luma's fight to win right here. So what else is in this card? Let's see here. Okay, we went over that. Okay. Victor Henry taking on Pedro Falcão. Okay, Arion. Okay, Arion. Maybe that's what you meant by Arion. Is Dale Doy in this card? I don't think so. Vanessa Demopoulos it opens up with Talita Alencar. 5-1, good record. Vanessa Demopoulos here. Let's see where she is coming off of. Oh, okay, born in Cleveland, Ohio, Greek heritage. 11-6, just coming off of an armbar loss. Had a split decision win against Emily Ducati. Had lost a unanimous decision against Carolina. So, okay, another split decision. Okay, so this is a fighter that really puts herself in a lot of, she only really lost once, right? Never been knocked out. So this is going to be a very hard fighter to knock out right here, right? Itinke Poopslimov. I don't know who that is. Let's see. So the problem child, Alencar, undefeated, or no, just 5-1, just coming off of a unanimous decision loss against Stephanie Luciano. Let's see where Stephanie Luciano is in her career right now. Oh wow, look at this. Her picture is like her dripping blood and just okay. All right, so she's got a pretty good record as well. Yeah, with women's fights, there's a lot of them that are 50-50, but then there's also a lot of them that are just a mismatch, but the mismatch also kind of proves they don't really have a lot of finishes. So yeah, man, that's all there is to it. So okay, so we shared that card. We shared WrestleMania. You know what? Let's look at what is the WrestleMania card right here. WrestleMania 41. Let's take a look at the entire card for this one. There's obviously all right, so it's going to be round one between LeRon Murphy and Sacramento's on Josh Emmett right here in the main event of the evening that we've been waiting for, right here live in Vegas. And as for next week, it is UFC Miami. And then the week after that, back to Vegas for WrestleMania, which I'm going to cover. By the way, I'm going to play that video as soon as this fight ends, or maybe in between the rounds, show you this video and give you a little bit of my breakdown on WrestleMania as well. So, all right. Round one. Here we go. All right, so good circle on the part of Lerone Murphy so far. Josh Emmett sort of stalking him down right now. Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. Some firefight exchanges right here. Yeah, Lerone caught him early with an elbow in the fight here. Josh Emmett's busted up in the left side of his head right now. Top eyebrow, left side. But Josh Emmett, yeah, he throws bombs, so he has to be very aware of Josh's power right here. Doesn't want to walk right into it. Nice front kick right there by Lerone Murphy. Yeah, real light on the feet with Murphy right now. Just being able to bounce out in and out of range towards Murphy, towards Josh rather. Yeah, Josh is busted up, bleeding right now in this round. Oh, nice head kick right there by Lerone Murphy. Okay, there's a leg kick right there by Josh. All right, so nice takedown right there by Josh Emmett. Lerone Murphy goes for the kick, catches the leg, takes him down. 13 seconds left in the first round. Five, four, three, two, one. All right, round two. Oh, wow. That was some crazy slam by Josh Emmett right there. That was probably one of the most insane slams ever. Insane slam for sure. Wow, yeah, that was I couldn't get over that slam, man. That was insane. You got to see the replay on that. Yeah, very good fight so far between these two. Oh, nice spinning back kick right there by Lerone. And then I think Lerone is about to get taken down again. All right, so good clinch work right here by Lerone Murphy. Again, Josh maintaining the single leg. All right, so Lerone doing a good job now, stand switching, giving different looks towards Josh. Yeah, hopefully they show the replay of that slam. .50 seconds left in the second round. All right, so now round 2 is over. And yes, very good observation by Michael Bisping there. His firepower is not going to be as strong as the rounds go on. And of course, a lot of the lactic acid and tiredness is going to build up. Oh, wow. Look at this. Wow. He just picks him up and slams him down. Yeah, that was an insane slam right there. All from the single leg, too. Wait, then Lerone takes a good spinning back kick right there. Very good spinning back kicks. All right, let's go. Round number 3 in this championship 5-round main event. Okay, there's a nice front kick right there by Lerone Murphy. And Josh is looking to do the same thing, throw firepower as soon as he gets in close range. That's his whole prerogative at this point. Yeah, good nasty side kick right there. All right, so yeah, Lerone Murphy at this point is being able to utilize a lot of backwards and forward punches right now while circling around Josh Emmett. All right, so now looking for a front choke here, single leg attempt by Josh. All right, 2 minutes left, 2:30 left into the third round. Oh, a little eye poke right there as Murphy extended his hand out. All right, round 3 coming up now with 150 left in the third round. Yeah, Murphy doing a really good job right now. I think the last of these rounds are going to fall into the favor of Murphy if he continues to allow Josh to throw all these bombs and powers out of nowhere. So it's 1 minute to go in the third round. There's another spinning back kick attempt right there. Too close for him to throw at Josh Emmett. But we are going into the championship rounds on this one. And with just 15 seconds left, we got about 2 rounds left. All right, so now that we're in the championship rounds, we're going to have some championship talk in the meantime while we get these championship rounds going, okay? So I'm going to talk about Jon Jones and the vacancy of his belt. Okay. So Jon Jones is looking to vacate his heavyweight championship strap. Now, why would he want to do that? Are we going to see the Tom Aspinall fight? Well, once again, that question is predicated on the choices of Jon Jones. What he chooses to do right now could affect his legacy for some people, and for other people, they're really not going to care either way. And the fact that there's people out there that are not going to care either way, in fact, is the reason why Jon is emboldened to do so. Think about what he just said in an article. He said, I'm going to vacate my belt, and then I'm going to come back and whoever the best guy is whenever I come back. So, in other words, leaving a lot of ambiguous language or Oops. Okay, forgot to put that on now. Okay. All right, so 37 seconds left in the fourth round. And all right, so on to the fifth and final round now. Right now, it is 2-2 going into the third round. All right, there's a high kick right there by Lerone Murphy. All right, so 4 minutes left into this fight right now. So in the last 3 minutes of this fight, we're going to talk about Jon Jones, and we'll go from there. So from what it looks like, Jon Jones is willing to vacate his belt to avoid Tom Aspinall. Now, is he scared of Tom Aspinall? It's very redundant to talk about this at this point because there's people that are going to defend Jon Jones and say, well, it's contract negotiations, it's that. Let's debunk that right now. If it was a contract negotiation, the Saudis could easily step right in there and say, hey, you know what? We're going to host International Fight Week, and you're going to do it under Riyadh season because it's great promotion for Riyadh season. And ultimately, this is a reason why the Saudis are in the fight business to begin with, is to be able to sell their brand, sell their country, and market their tourism. And they can do that easily with a Tom Aspinall and a Jon Jones fight and give them whatever compensation that they need. So at this point, it's not about the money. I think there are players involved that are willing to pay the bills that need to be paid in order to get this fight started. Well, Jon Jones it's not about the money for him. Right now, it is about legacy. You want proof of that? He literally said, I'm going to vacate the belt, and whoever the champion is when I come back, I'm going to fight them. So in other words, he's leaving a lot of ambiguous language in order to make proper choices later on that can either be detrimental or helpful to his career. What do I mean by that? Well, he's taking the GSP approach. You see, GSP dropped his belt after fighting Johnny Hendricks. After that fight, 3 years later, he comes back and fights Michael Bisping at a weight class 1 up higher. Now, why did he decide to do that? He saw that there were openings that he can take and exploit, just like John Jones did with the Cyril Gane fight, and just like what he's going to do when he sees Tom Aspinall dominate everybody or gets one slip up, and then he's going to use that domination or that slip up as his decision making onto what he's going to do in the future. So in other words, if Tom Aspinall becomes way too dangerous later on after vacating the belt, then he's just not going to bother with it. He's going to ride off into the sunset, and people will even forget that at one point we were thinking about having a Tom Aspinall matchup with him. Or he can come back where, let's say Tom Aspinall gets a Buster Douglas situation, gets knocked down or knocked out or submitted by somebody that ultimately doesn't deserve to be there, a sort of like a lucky fluke, right? There's a lot of that in the sport. Sean Strickland, you could say that about Leon Edwards, you could say that about Matt Serra. These are all the lucky strokes for people that should have never been champion, at least in the opinion of many hardcore fans and MMA historians. That's what you got with John Jones. He's trying to create an ambiguous future, an ambiguous legacy that you cannot really judge or criticize too harshly, because at this point of his career, he's already managed to dominate everybody that was in his path and create a legacy that is unmatched, not even by Tom Aspinall, at least not in the current state of mind right now, in the current state of their accolades. That's what John is trying to do. There's a strategic reasoning behind it. Look, if you really wanted this fight, you got to understand the UFC's calendar is already getting filled up. Nobody knows what International Fight Week is. There's Islam Makhachev with the talk of moving up to 170. That's the other conversation that we're going to have about this particular topic at hand. But on any regards, that's all that we really have for this one, okay? All that we have for this one is that John Jones is willing to vacate the belt, and as a result of that, it is on to the next one. It is on to the next challengers, and it is on to the next heavyweight divisions. New talent that is coming up. There's Shamil Gaziev. There's Kennedy Nzechukwu that's in the mix. There's Waldo Costa. Who else is in the mix? Obviously, Cyril Gane will always be in the mix. There's fresh matchups for him. But you never know. But by the end of the day, that is all that I have for this one. John Jones is willing to vacate the belt. When will Tom Aspinall fight for the real belt? Only time will tell. This is all that I have. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. All right. So that is all 5 rounds. We are now about to find out the winner and then break down the rest of this fight. Now, to be honest with you, all throughout this whole entire fight, it was pretty even, right? Some will say that, you know what, Murphy has it 4-1. Some will say that it was 2-2 going into the 5th. Some will say that it's 48-47 Murphy. Who really won this one? LeBron Murphy wins this one by decision. I think the crisp striking really won him this fight, is a crisp striking. Okay, and there he is with his fellow Englishman, Michael Bisping, getting interviewed right now. So as the fight progressed, okay, I think he allowed Oh, wow. The crowd is booing him right now. 16-0, 16-0. He's saying, what? He said he's just there to fight his game. He's a dangerous fighter. That's exactly what he did. Now, Josh slammed him. Like, in between that fight, it was crazy. He lifted him up in the air and threw him to the ground. It was like, wow. But you know what? Even with the wrestling, this is an era where wrestling doesn't always win fights. Hey, there's some people that will argue that Josh won this 5-0. But by the end of the day, it is the striking. It is the solid defense. It is the elbows that he hit him with right in close range with the counter. It is the body kicks that won him this fight. And then on top of that, the straight shots that he did knock down. Well, he almost knocked down Josh with that one. But by the end of the day, man, he's a top 3 guy right now, top 5 at best. Right? So he's got a lot of work ahead of him. He's got a lot of tough guys to face right now. 16-0, that can't be denied. And you know what? The only person that he has ever really took him to that distance was Zubaira, and that was the only draw that he had. But by the end of the day, congratulations to Team Lerone Murphy, and also shout out to Josh Emmett, our very own Sacramento guy. I hope that you come back from this, and you always do. This isn't the first time Josh Emmett has lost. He will come back, and he will redeem himself. But as for Lerone Murphy, he's on to the next level and on to the next one. Guys, I will see you in the next days to come. Don't forget to be here for UFC 314. I will also be here for WrestleMania 41 live in Las Vegas, as it is in this one, in this fight right now. I'll see you guys in the next one, inshallah. That's a good opener. Roman Reigns with Paul Heyman taking on CM Punk and Seth Rollins, triple threat. Cody Rhodes and John Cena, undisputed matchup. That's in okay, night 2. That's in night 2. All right. They don't really have any definitive matches here. That's it. That's the only thing that they have to be announced. Charlotte Flair versus Tiffany. That's going to be announced when? Okay, Gunter and Jey Uso, the night they're going to announce that. They're still trying to figure that out. AJ Styles versus Logan Paul. Okay, so they're trying to figure out if that's night 1 or night 3. Okay, so the only thing that they really have definitive for the main event is Randy Orton and Kevin Owens night 1, and Roman Reigns, CM Punk, and Seth Rollins in a triple threat. That's really all they have that is definitive, right? They don't but everything else they put to be announced, right? So they just decide on the last minute if Charlotte Flair should be in night 1 or night 2, Jey Uso should be in night 1, night 2, or Logan Paul should be in night 1 and night 2. They decide that later on, or whatever they see fit. So that's interesting. Okay. So yeah, look, once again, I think that I'm very impressed by the new WWE regime, because obviously they are a whole lot more edgier now. They decide to take a lot more risk, and John Cena being the bad guy, I mean, how can that not be entertaining? But with that regard, guys, that's all that I really have for today. I didn't want to extend this any further. This is all that I have. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next live stream, next video, maybe even next workout sessions. You guys know that I put in some serious workout sessions here on my live stream while talking about MMA, just to kind of separate myself from the other MMA streamers out there doing something different, doing something innovative, and doing something that they don't normally do on a daily basis. But with that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe, guys. I will see you in the next one. We'll talk more about the next subject, the next matter at hand. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all